Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, and dear viewers, good morning to you all, and very good morning to you all, and welcome after an eventful day with the valuable experience and valuable areas to start a new day to resume the activities of the Zakat tax and the customs conference entitled Integrated Ecosystem of Digital Solutions. I would like to thank you for attending the second day of this conference 2023. We will start the activities with the panel discussions, tax incentives, the end or the new beginning in the light of the second pillar, which will discuss the global reforms and the importance of foreign direct investment and how to enhance the tax incentives. This session will be moderated by we have the panelists Mr. Peter Green and Muhammad Omar and Mr. George Pistels and Mr. Robert Thomas and Mr. Raphael. I would like to welcome you all. Hopefully you will enjoy this session. Good morning to you all. I would like to thank you for being with us on the second day of this conference. Maidoun Khadra, presenter at CNBC Arabia. I'm happy to be part of this panel discussion. Today we are going to talk about tax competitiveness. It's not a new file, but countries provide tax incentives to compete with each other. And today, with the globalization and digitalization that the world is undergoing, tax incentives and the competition is fierce. In 2021, second pillar was founded to put thresholds of 25%. This tax applies on the multinational enterprises with the turnover of 750 million euro. So these companies, this kind of the pillars or the second pillar will change the dynamics to attract investment based on or depending on tax incentives. So this is
Dr. Achim, I would like to start with you. And if you can introduce to our audience more details about Pillar 2 and why does it matter specifically for emerging economies?
Thanks very much. And can you hear me? I hope you can. Good morning, first of all, to all of you. Let me say a couple of words to explain the significance of Pillar 2. Before I do this, maybe let me also thank our hosts here and a personal message also from our Secretary General, who sadly cannot be here. He is trying to save the environment in Paris as we speak. Otherwise, he would have loved to come. This is a very important conference for us at the OECD. So I want to underline this, the Pillar 2 topic today, but also all the other topics and the very rich relationships that we have way beyond the Pillar 2 that we're discussing today. Then I think on the Pillar 2 is otherwise known as the global minimum tax. It's a global minimum tax that essentially does the following. It says if you are a large business, meaning if you're above 750 million in turnover, or the equivalent in local currency, and you operate outside your borders, you're at least 2 countries, then those rules will make sure that in every country in which you operate, you pay at least an effective tax rate of 15%. And if you do not, somebody else will take the money that you leave on the table. Now, important to understand here, and I promised the host to wake them up, it's 9 o'clock, but not to scare the audience, that this pillar is not a book, it's not a concept, it is become a reality. That means that countries have legislated these rules that we have developed together with 140 countries, and these rules are coming into force next year as part of legislation in many countries around the world. That includes, for instance, all the EU members, it includes Japan, it includes Korea, it includes the United Kingdom, there's a consultation document in Canada, and it goes on and on. Australia has it in its legislative program, so you can see that this is something that is coming to you. So that's the first point. Second, the fiscal implications are quite significant. Globally, this raises 220 billion estimated annually. That's a big number every year. And the question is, how do you position yourself vis-à-vis this pillar? What do you do? How do you react? And what does it mean, and that's the topic here today, what does it mean for incentives? So, a couple of words without going into the technicalities that you understand how this operates. If you have a small and medium enterprise, it does not affect you. You need to be above 750 millions. We all recognize that there are specific incentives that are targeted at small, growing economies and growing businesses, and they are not affected. I think that's the first point to bear in mind. The second point to bear in mind is if it's purely a timing difference, again, not getting into the technicalities here, if it's accelerated depreciation, if it's these types of incentives, you do not get in the minimum tax simply because there's a timing difference. That's the principle. And then the third point to also have in mind is that there is a so-called substance carve-out. That means that if you are giving an incentive that is specific to the routine return on assets and payroll, and that's quite typical for emerging economies, as opposed to developed countries that typically have their incentives on R&D, the intangible profit. Those types of incentives, to the extent it is a routine return, also remain outside the pillar. Then if you are not having a substance carve-out because the incentive is bigger, and if you are a large company, then you need to think about what incentives you have. And there's details on these incentives, whether they're refundable credits, non-refundable credits. I think that's a bit technical here, so I'm not going to get into this. But I think the message that I want to leave you with here just in the beginning is, one, the pillar is happening, it's a reality, so countries need to think about what they do. We see it as an opportunity to rethink incentives that you have and maybe make them more intelligent and more efficient. If your incentives were introduced largely because you needed to compete with a neighbor, you now have a level playing field. You do not need to give incentives that are not so targeted and largely driven because it's keeping up with the neighbor. So there is a reduction in the pressure on introducing incentives. And then I think we're going to have a second round to talk a little more about what it means for what types of incentives, how the world evolves. And maybe just the last point, this is complicated. We realize this. We do provide assistance. We have 10 pilot programs to help specifically developing countries understand the implications, understand the legislation, and also think about how they might want to revise their incentives to be effective and sensible in this environment going forward.
Thank you so much, Dr. Achim. So, Chris, Achim has mentioned a couple of facts. First, this is a reality. This is not in theory. Now we're talking about reality. It's complicated. It brings a lot of opportunities for governments. And I know that you have written guidance for governments on tax incentives, and a lot of governments around the world are now rethinking their incentive strategy and their investment environment. So how are governments taking the Pillar 2? What kind of comments and thoughts can you share with us about this topic?
Well, thank you, and thank you very much, of course, to the organizers of the conference for inviting me here. It's a great pleasure and a great honor to be here. I think you ask a very critical question here, which is what is going to be the impact on governments in terms of their own incentives, as we see what the impact is. Well, I guess Achim made the very key point is that there is a big dichotomy between those that are above the 750 million in turnover and those that are below. So those that are below are unaffected. So all of the essence about whether you need incentives or not, that hasn't changed for companies that are below the 750 million. For that kind of environment, we still have the same competitive environment as we go through. Once you then look above the 750 million, I think this is a real opportunity for governments to re-look at the incentives that they have. Now, in many places, we'll have incentives built into the tax regime, and they may have been built in some time ago, and they would have been designed in a regime that is very different to where we are today. So they may not even be relevant today, notwithstanding the need for this change under Pillar 2. So it gives an opportunity for governments to re-evaluate that. Once you do re-evaluate that, you come to the question about, do I still need a tax incentive? And if my competitor locations are also affected by the Pillar 2, and therefore I am not in such a competitive environment, I may no longer need that incentive. So that gives a chance to actually step away. But even then, if you do decide that you need the incentive, either you are going to look to redesign it and keep that incentive within the tax regime, and there are lots of ways you can do that, or you might look and say, well, actually, can we do this by some cash means, or can we do it by a grant and give the incentive through something other than through the corporate income tax system? And that still has an effect with the global minimum tax, but it's a much reduced effect. So really, there's a chance to revisit and then look at that. Once you've decided you're within the tax regime, of course, you can give incentives that are compatible with the ideas of and the ideals of this Pillar 2. So that might be a tax deferral for investment, or it could be some forms of tax credit that are considered effectively to be cash. So there's an element of being able to rethink and reformulate your tax incentives to be fit for a Pillar 2 environment.
Thank you so much, Chris, for sharing your thoughts. And you mentioned here that this is going to be different for different governments and for different investment environments. And Dr. Sebastian, we are in a highly inflationary environment. And governments around the world and economies around the world are facing multiple challenges when it comes to energy crisis, higher interest rates, central banks withdrawing liquidity, and the environment is really already tough on local investments. So not to mention what it means for attracting new investments. Do you think that it's still possible for economies and governments to attract investments and foreign direct investment based only on tax incentives, or now there should be other criteria that we have to take into consideration?
Thank you very much, May. First of all, I just want to thank you. It's the first time for me in Saudi Arabia, so I really appreciate the hospitality, and it's a great conference. So now we'll go on to your question. So, I think there is a slight, I would say, it's an interesting question, because our research has shown that tax incentives do not work very well for most kinds of investments. It's only on a small category of investments they work, and that too highly mobile investments. Those who can take advantage of different tax regimes, and they can move between countries. In those cases, the incentives may have an effect. So now the question is, what will be the effect now with Pillar 2 coming in? Keep in mind what Akeem and Chris mentioned, there is a threshold. It's mainly applied to multinational enterprises, about 750 million. So domestic businesses that are below the threshold will not be affected by the minimum tax. So you could continue to give them tax incentives. But I would suggest that's not a great thing to do, because tax incentives, unfortunately, waste a lot of government revenues without getting the net benefits. That's what our research has found. So you need to be very careful where you're giving the incentives. Second, incentives that are like tax holidays, where there is no correlation between the amount of investment and the incentive. In a tax holiday, you can set up a 1 million plant, you will still get tax holiday. If you set a 100 million plant, you still get the tax holiday. On the other hand, if your tax incentives link to the level of investment in terms of investment allowances, in terms of investment accelerated depreciation, these are related to how much you invest. So you invest, the more you invest, the more incentive you get. So those would say, smarter way of providing incentives, that will still be available even if you're above 750 million. Because those, there is a special carve out for those. They said, you know what, we have a minimum tax. We don't like incentives. But if you give incentives related to investment, that's okay. Or investment related to employment, that's okay. Like training of your employees, that's okay. So there are certain incentives that are protected under the new regime. And then that being said, there's also going to be the impact on, in a certain country, if there are businesses that are under the minimum tax, and similar businesses that are not under minimum tax, there's going to be a tension. So then the government may have to take a call and say, you know, I would rather bring everybody under the minimum tax. So I see that this will have implications, even though the domestic businesses may not suffer under the tax incentives. Under Pillar 2.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Sebastian. Rafa, what Doctor is mentioning here that we will have different impact from tax incentives depending on multiple factors. If I would like to discuss with you the impact on expenditure-based tax incentives when we look at target payroll versus tangible assets. To what extent there is a big difference when it comes to the application? What kind of impact are we looking at?
Thank you very much, May, and good morning, buongiorno, salam to everyone, and a big thank to the organizers for this fantastic conference. Very interesting question, yours. I think the answer is also the answer to the title of our panel. No, it is the end for certain tax incentives, and it is the beginning for other tax incentives. So certainly all these tax incentives that were aimed at attracting just profits without attracting substantial activities, they are finished, dead, over. You know, they were stabbed with knives multiple times with the BEPS project, with the first phase, and now they have been shot dead by the minimum tax. So let's all cheer for that. Second, it's a new era for different types of incentives. So incentives that attract substantial activities on the ground will have to be designed having in mind the features of the minimum tax. What does this mean? Effectively, it means that if you provide incentives in certain forms, basically they will not be impacted by the minimum tax. And here, I think there is some good news for the region. Why? Because, and without entering into the details, but the features that these types of incentives need to have in order to be compatible with the minimum tax very often require public expenditures. And therefore, for countries that already have a very high level of public debt, it could be much more difficult than for countries that have low levels of public debt. And I think this is a good news for the region overall. Now, obviously, when you are targeting expenditures in the incentive, to answer precisely your question, you are necessarily looking at activities that happen on the ground. But they have to be expenditures that are linked to two main factors: employment, so payroll and all the costs related to your employees, and tangible assets. If you meet these two conditions and you are within the parameter, effectively you are within the boundary of the minimum tax. And therefore you can continue to compete with other countries, but you do that within the framework of an agreed set of rules that as Hakim, Dr. Prost said, has been agreed by more than 140 countries. And I would invite anyone in the room to just think about this exercise. Put 140 people from 140 countries in one room to decide what to eat over lunch. It will be extremely difficult. So this was a great achievement, and I think particularly in the moment in which we are, where we are living two big transitions. We are living the digital transition, and we are living the environmental transition. The fact that now we have rules allow us to foster these transitions together with multinationals and not against multinationals.
Thank you so much. But now I want to discuss something that relates to what to do with the revenues, whether we're talking about with tax incentives, with the absence of tax incentives, especially for emerging economies, Achim. Revenues are a key issue now for governments, especially following COVID. And we have seen that many emerging economies are under tremendous fiscal pressure to actually try and balance the future needs and financial needs for governments. So the question is, in your point of view, how important is it for emerging economies and governments to actually make good use of the revenues generated by taxes? How should they use them to actually attract even more investments?
Good question. A couple of points I think that are important, and I'm going to answer it slightly more broadly and then focus again on Pillar 2, right? In terms of attracting revenues for emerging economies and domestic resource mobilization, Pillar 2 is a significant contribution, but by no means sufficient, right? There's many other things that we need to think about, VAT, property taxation, there's a whole host of things that we need to have. The contribution of CIT, corporate income tax, to the overall revenue mix depends a bit. It's about 20% of some of the emerging economies in Africa, so there's a limit to what you can achieve, and you do need to think about all the tax types. Now, on Pillar 2, as I said, if you average this out, it comes to about 9% of global CIT. That is quite significant. And then I think, as Sebastian has said, the very important question and the opportunity here really is to think about what sort of incentives you have and what you could do with the money that you currently forgo. This is not just taking one money from one incentive and creating another incentive so it's net to make it compliant with Pillar 2, but end up doing the same thing. There's an opportunity when you think about what you want to compete with in the future, and Rafa mentioned digital transition. What are the production factors of the future? Can you take that money and use that money that you're not using an incentive and use it for something else? Improve infrastructure, skill up the workforce. There's many other things, and it provides an opportunity to think about that. I think that's the first point. Then I think the second point, and that relates to Pillar 2 specifically on revenue, something that we haven't covered yet because it's not specific to the incentive. It's if today you have incentives that are potentially being taxed away by Pillar 2 in another country, then there is an opportunity, if you act quickly, to keep that money in your country. It's the so-called top-up tax. So what we advise, and so does, I guess, the World Bank and IMF and others, is to think about a twin-track approach, meaning in this environment and specific to Pillar 2, think about introducing a top-up tax so that that money that would be taxed otherwise in another jurisdiction, for instance, where the parents sit, that money stays in your country so that you generate that revenue in your own jurisdiction by topping it up to 15%. And then, because it does take a little more time, think about how you want to reconfigure your incentives, but think about it holistically, the competitiveness of your country, within which tax plays a role, but only one part of a bigger package on your overall competitiveness. Because the pillar is not about ending competition. I think the pillar is about reducing a race on corporate income tax rates where you're racing down because your neighbor is racing, but none of you is actually winning. To stop that through a collective action, I think, is the idea. But we all need to be competitive. We all need to attract capital. There is intelligent ways of doing this, but tax needs to be only one factor, as Rafa says. If it's purely driven by, I give an incentive for profit, that will no longer work. And I think that's to the benefit of countries.
So, Dr. Sebastian, I saw you nodding and agreeing with what Achim was mentioning. So what he's saying is to use a kind of a top-up tax. And I want your thoughts on that. Do you see other strategies when it comes to using the revenues in a way that actually increase the competitiveness of the economy?
Yes. Like I mentioned, that what we find in our research is that largely the non-tax factors are the ones which are prime motivations.
And what are they?
Yeah. So this would be a very good regulatory environment, rule of law, whereby your property is not snatched from you, right? You need good infrastructure. You need to be able to export and import easily. You need to be able to construct business quickly. You need to be able to hire labor and fire labor as and when needed. So all these factors, these non-tax factors, are far more important. And the fact is that business people know this, but they will still ask for the incentive because they can ask for it. So this is the fact. Businesses know that it's the non-tax factors that make a difference because they've already decided, I want to invest in Saudi Arabia. They've decided. The next question is, can I get a tax break? Because they know they can ask for it. So the fact is, once you have agreed on this basic principle, then you can use the money for making sure that it is easy for a business to set up. It's training. I think education is extremely important. Getting people educated to the point where they become employable in the modern industries. That is really critical. Linking universities with businesses. Those linkages. You see in the United States, you have these research triangles are largely centered around universities. 2-3 universities and a lot of research is happening in between them. These are going to be your new focus. So invest in the people, invest in infrastructures, and I think you will not lose. That is, I would say, the way to go.
Chris, I would like to ask you, is there a cost for governments when they change regime from a certain system of tax incentives to another under Pillar 2? Is there a cost to the governments when it comes to that?
I mean, absolutely there's a cost. So, I mean, first of all, governments are going to have to go and evaluate what they're doing with their incentives, and then they're going to have to transition from one regime to another. I probably have a slightly different concept or perspective on tax incentives than Sebastian. I think we're absolutely right that tax incentives, they work at the margin. And the question is, when are you at the margin? And I think the work that we've been seen by the World Bank and others have shown that actually it's only at that margin. But sometimes that margin is a really important decision. I completely accept there are a whole series of factors that are non-tax that will drive a decision. They're what I call hygiene factors. You have to meet those ones. And Sebastian has mentioned a number of those. Actually having a
Thank you. Dr. Sebastian, what's your advice?
I think the tax administration, Zatka, should be very prepared for what's going to happen, because first of all, you need to first understand how the Pillar 2 will work. Second, you need to know which companies in your country will be affected by this new laws, and that you can find using the threshold, the 750 million threshold. So you need to look at what we call the country-by-country reports that you will be receiving of all the foreign companies operating in your jurisdictions. Look at those which are likely to be attracted by that, by the 750 million. And then you need to check, are their effective tax rates below 15%, above 15%? Because those are the ones you're going to get, you have to make a decision quickly. Because you are going to give up revenue if you don't tax them at the minimum 15%. So that is a I'd say very urgent thing that needs to be done for tax administrations.
Thank you. Dr. Achim?
I mean, echoing, I think, what's been said, see it as an opportunity. It involves new things. New things are always difficult because they're new, but do see it as an opportunity, one. Then second, I think just echo what you said, think about the design, and also recognize that the inclusive framework has 140 members, and you are one of them. We are running technical assistance. These rules are complicated. We're here to help, both on thinking about whether you introduce a top-up tax, whether this makes sense in your circumstances, and help you think through what the incentives might be in the future that you may wish to have. So I think there's something where we stand together as we design the rules, and then we stand together to benefit in the rules, and that's the spirit of the inclusive framework. So very important, stay tuned, stay involved, and maybe just last on the complexity point, there is also reflection, maybe less in this region, but in some region, whether we can also think about getting rid of some of the rules that we currently have, because do we still need all of those rules now that we have a global minimum tax? Maybe there's some other rules we no longer need. So there is some simplification potential against the backdrop of a minimum tax that we're also taking forward.
Thank you, Dr. Achim. Rafa?
Yeah, thank you, May. Well, I will take this as an opportunity. I would probably set up an internal task force. I would start with data analytics. As Sebastian said, country-by-country reporting provides good details, but certainly there are other data within the administration, like tax expenditures, where do they go, who gets them, how do they affect their effective tax rates. And on that basis, I will take a holistic approach. That means you need to look at the IT side of these things. You need to create the skill sets that are needed within your administration, and there you can definitely rely on the technical assistance of international organizations or on good advisors like Chris and myself, and do it with your private sector. Talk to them, because this is not something that will happen only in your country, it's something that will happen globally. So the experience of particularly your own multinationals that operate abroad and see how other countries are addressing these could be very relevant in taking a decision that fundamentally will affect the way international taxation is for the next 20 to 30 years.
Thank you so much, Rafa. يعني أنا بعتقد بأنه بعد هذه الجلسة الحوارية
After this panel discussion, the summary is tax policies are fundamental to enhance and promote foreign investment, but it's not only the single factor taken by business community when we set the rules and the easiness of doing business in different countries, the quality of the economies, the quality of businesses, it's part of other factors. But I would like to stress the point that Rafa said, we should have some sort of communication and between the public sector and the private sector in terms of the implementation of such regulations, because they will affect their businesses, especially for the high inflation environment. I would like to thank you.
Welcome to Riyadh.
شكرا للزميلة مي بن خضرة ولضيوفها المشاركين في هذه الجلسة التي تحدثت عن الحوافز الضريبية. هل هي نهاية أم بداية في
So this is, well, the tax incentives, is it the end or a new beginning right now? Distinguished guests,
نتحدث عن
gonna talk about
the e-invoicing and the speech that will be delivered by the Deputy Governor of Zatka, Engineer Abdullah Fantouh. Peace be upon you.
Your Excellency, distinguished guests, the following presentation will be in Arabic, so kindly wear the headset in front of you to hear the live translation. اقتصادات العالم والتعاملات التجارية أساس
The economies of the
هذا
world.
المستند يوثق العلاقة
And this
بين
document
البائع
will
والمشتري.
document the relationship between the client and the merchant. A document that separates profit and loss. A document that we circle daily. More than 6 million transactions took place, and this document is an invoice. And the first minute of this presentation, more than 11,000 presentations or invoices were issued. I'll explain the Kingdom trials in e-invoicing. We'll talk about the most important enablers and other elements that helped applying e-invoicing successfully and received high acclaims both locally and internationally. Before we start to identify what is e-invoicing, is transferring the traditional method in the hard copy to an inclusive electronic form that gives us the opportunity to handle this information positively and effectively, thus benefiting from this information. In general, there are many benefits of e-invoicing on the local level. It's a very important tool to combat the illegal commercial activities, therefore increases the level of fairness in our market. E-invoices also decreases the other administrative burdens, expediting the processes, and allow the tax authorities to provide better services for their clients, and also expedited many of the information, refunds, in addition to audits. On the level of establishment, the automation of this process for saving bills electronically is much more better. The ease of processing such invoice also allows the business owners to provide payments. The consumer benefit also from e-invoicing. Benefiting from some of the applications such as the smart finance applications and the smart wallet applications. As we understand the benefits, many of the countries applied this project. There's an international trend of e-invoicing. Some reach advanced levels. The application of this processes, some of it are partial, and some made inclusive efforts of e-invoicing. The most important 5 pillars that helped us succeed in this application: the first enabler, a cooperative design with the government entities or all the related entities. Second element, it was a gradual implementation. We enable our partners. We also supported many of the other components by holding many workshops and also raising the level of awareness. These are the enablers that we'll talk about next. The first enabler was the most important to achieve success in this application. Such a big project with many stakeholders cannot be built solely. We're keen to work with more than 250 establishments, government entities, service providers, and also technical entities. We work together, literally. We met on a weekly basis, held more than 30 workshops to develop an operation model that's compatible with the most advanced technologies and also, most importantly, applicable. Second enabler, it was unique. You were keen that the application will be developed gradually. The first phase was a phase of issuance and saving the information. That was the first step of e-invoicing. Then, second phase, the first phase included more than 300,000 subscribers. In the second phase, as the electronic bills are issued regularly, started in January of this year, and the second set will be in the middle of this year. We'll be launching gradually, as we are keen to make sure that we have enough time to move on to the next phase. The third enabler, our partners, the service providers. We're keen to work closely with them. When we started this operation model, that all that has been agreed on was indeed applied on the systems, because their success is the success of these establishments. We qualified more than 700 vendors working on 8 headquarters, and they can benefit from their services. The fourth enabler, the two-party enabler, the continuous support, holding many workshops, be it technical workshops or general workshops that improves the understanding of the concept of e-invoicing. We provide SMEs with support, provided also a platform for e-invoicing of SMEs. We held more than 29 technical workshops, and we continue our efforts in this regard. Continuous support. We mimicked another platform that is similar to the e-invoicing, so that all can benefit from these electronic services. So when we enter into the full integration phase, these clients will be at the highest level of trust in this system. We also provided an autopilot environment and many other examples of how these services can be applied. In conclusion, quick statistics. The application was finished in a short time. Major projects such as e-invoicing takes 4 to 7 years in some countries. In the Kingdom, we applied it within 2 years. We started to see the impact. More than 400 establishments linked the system with us. It was selective from the side of the establishment and optional. And all our efforts were successful. Up to this point, we have more than 6,000 technical solutions integrated directly to our e-invoicing systems. More than 40 million electronic bills were issued in the first phase, and the success rate surpassed 99.7%. 40 million bills have been issued, as I said, and such projects cannot succeed without the continuous cooperation of all. We extend our thanks to all the establishment and the service providers, as well as the government entities and our partners of success for their continuous cooperation with us. We thank the consumers
على تطبيق هذا المشروع
as they are
وعلى
keen
اهتمامهم
to
بمراحل تطبيقه.
subscribe
الشكر لكم على
to these
حضوركم
systems.
وأتمنى أن
We
أكون
thank you for your attendance,
نبذة
and I
سريعة عن
hope
مشروع
that was successful to talk briefly about our e-invoicing system. Thank you. Thank you sincerely, Engineer, to talk to us briefly about e-invoicing. A partnership between customs and commercial establishments with one purpose, to enhance the safety of the supply chains, and this what we will discuss in this common session. The approved economic operator, and this session will be moderated by Ms. Lara Habib, participating in this session. Mr. Ahmed bin Hamad Khalifa, the Director of Customs in Bahrain, Engineer Hussam Al-Zamel, the Vice President at SABIC, Mr. Max Hikun, the Director of the Unified Economical Window, and Mr. Marwan Sabr, the General Director at the International Logistics and Transportation Company.
شكرا للزميلة فاطمة. صباح الخير جميعا. يسعدني ويشرفني أن أكون معكم اليوم لإدارة هذه الجلسة حول المشغل الاقتصادي المعتمد وأثره على سلاسل الإمداد. بداية دعونا نعرف بالمشغل الاقتصادي المعتمد Authorized Economic Operator. هو برنامج جمركي عالمي موصى به من قبل منظمة الجمارك العالمية، مطبق لدى عدد كبير من الإدارات الجمركية حول العالم. هو عبارة عن شهادة تعطيها إدارات الجمارك المحلية إلى الشركات من القطاع الخاص إذا التحقت طوعياً بالبرنامج والتزمت بمعايير الامتثال الجمركي والأمني في سلسلة الإمداد والتوريد. مقابل ذلك تحصل هذه الشركات على مزايا عديدة من إدارات الجمارك لتسهيل عملياتها الجمركية وتقليل التكلفة. وفقاً لبيانات منظمة الجمارك العالمية، هناك حالياً 78 برنامج مشغل اقتصادي حول العالم، كما تضاعفت عدد الاتفاقيات بين الدول للاعتراف المتبادل في هذا البرنامج عدة مرات منذ إطلاقه
since it was launched in 2005 to 97 bilateral agreements and 4 multilateral agreements. We will try today in this session to understand more the benefits of accession to this program, the challenges of its implementation, in addition to the opportunities of broadening its uses by the custom authorities to ensure the sustainability of the supply chain, specifically the disruptions that affected the supply chains in the past few years because of the pandemic. And I'm glad to have with you here representatives of the different related sectors in this program, from the private sector and also from the custom authorities. Thank you, Cecilia, for being here with us. Sheikh Ahmed, I will start this discussion with you. If you can understand more about this program in Bahrain, when it was launched, the number of subscribing companies, the number of bilateral agreements signed. Good morning, Lara. I'm glad to be here in Riyadh for this conference, and we congratulate you on the success of your conference. for this year.
بالنسبة لبرنامج المشغل الاقتصادي في مملكة
The
البحرين
program
بدأ
of the
البرنامج في العام 2018
approved or authorized economic operator, we started this program in 2018. 17 companies joined the program of the major companies in Bahrain, and these companies amount up to 31% of the overall imports of Bahrain and exportation. Their share is 66%. The economic operator program, as you stated, is a program based on privileges of facilitation, based on the element of time and expense. We follow the international guidelines of this program as we accept the company, firstly, as we start our audit and oversight on the company, and we see to what level are the companies committed to the procedures and the standards of the custom authorities. The approval of the program and success rely on a very important fact, and that is the neutral recognition agreement. In the Kingdom of Bahrain, we started our first agreement with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and we signed this agreement in the year 2019. The next steps in Bahrain will be to open up to new markets. We currently in final stages of deliberation with South Korea, Egypt, India, of the countries that we will sign the agreements, bilateral agreements with soon. The other Gulf countries, matters will be different. We looked at the matter collectively as in the Gulf Council, and we agreed on a Gulf economic operator that is authorized. We started the trial period past September, and we started the implementation process this year. What are the most prominent achievements of this program in facilitating the trade activities in Bahrain? The trade exchange between us and Saudi Arabia, because I said the Gulf program is only launched a month ago. In Bahrain, one of the major exporting companies from Bahrain to Saudi Arabia is one of the companies working in the steel, or the iron rather, field. And before accession to the program, this company was exporting, we'll say, the tradition, using traditional paths of their shipments, and their shipments reached the Saudi side, and the process took 12 hours to complete the customs procedures. After accession to the program, and I learned about this topic from the national newspaper, the company itself announced that the biggest shipment took less than 2 hours to be transported from Bahrain to Saudi Arabia, and this is one proof from many of the success of the program. And the same company was exporting daily about 60 trucks. After accession to the program, they were transporting 120 trucks. So the ease of transportation that will reflect positively on the numbers and the statistics to the benefit of this company.
About the AEO program, can you give us more details about the program in the UK, and how did it facilitate the trade between UK and the rest of the world?
First of all, let me begin by congratulating Zaka on a wonderful conference and thanking everyone for the hospitality. So what I might do is start by giving some background on the UK scheme and then talking about how we think it provides benefits for businesses. So within His Majesty's Revenue and Customs, we are keenly focused on making sure we balance the customer experience and facilitating trade with good compliance. And given the fact that in the UK every year we have approximately 1.6 billion tonnes of goods moving in and around the UK, trade facilitation is a really important part of getting that balance right. We launched our Authorised Economic Operator Scheme in 2008, and in 2021, following our exit from the European Union, we now manage that within HMRC. There are two types of AEO scheme in the UK. There's one that focuses on domestic customs activity, but then there's the more international focused safety and security scheme, which is one that I'll focus on today. And our scheme in the UK does share many characteristics with those schemes that we see in the GCC, for instance. Focusing on adhering to WCO established security standards, making sure that international procedures are both efficient and compliant, and that really helps to build confidence in the security of international supply chains. As of this month, in the UK, we have approximately 650 businesses that have the AEO status for safety and security. Of that 650, over 60% of those businesses are small and medium enterprises, and that's something we're quite proud of, that it is a scheme that is accessible to a wide range of businesses. And to give a sense of the volume of trade that is covered by AEO authorised businesses, in May 2022, 83% of customs declarations were submitted by businesses that had AEO authorisations. In December of 2022, it was 96%. So you can see that our AEO scheme covers a significant amount of our trade. So in terms of the benefits that it provides to customers, if you are AEO authorised, you could benefit from a lower risk score, which in turn can reduce checks at the border. It also allows consignments to receive priority treatment for customs controls. Now, in the UK, 97% of goods are cleared at the border within 2 hours. If you have AEO status, that can potentially be even quicker. And I think HMRC is a joint tax and customs authority, and there's an indirect kind of aspect to AEO, which is understanding that a business has been able to meet the stringent standards of AEO can actually help in building that holistic view across all customs, direct and indirect taxes of a customer's approach to their compliance. It can help understand holistically how we should consider their kind of compliance risk. I think commercially, having AEO status can be seen as something of a kite mark or a seal of approval. And I think that provides an important status commercially for customers. Increasingly, it's an important factor for partners in choosing the right business partners for the security of their supply chain. It can make movements quicker, reduce risk, and therefore reduce cost. And just finally, the UK has a number of mutual recognition agreements with other parts of the world. And
how many are they?
We have six mutual recognition arrangements. And those mutual recognition arrangements specifically mean that the benefits of AEO status in the UK are actually reflected with those other countries as well. So it creates a positive multiplier effect of that UK-based AEO status with those other countries that we have the MRAs with. And that's, we have mutual recognition arrangements with the US, Japan, China, Switzerland, New Zealand, and the European Union.
And you're hoping to sign more?
Sorry?
You're hoping to sign more mutual agreements?
So we're always discussing with international partners opportunities for closer collaboration.
So we heard the thoughts of the tax authorities. Let's hear from the private sector now. سيد حسام، بعرف شركة سابك من أولى الشركات التي انضمت إلى هذا البرنامج وخاصة.
I know Santa Company, one of the first companies to join this program. How did that impact your efforts on the supply chains to SABIC specifically? Peace be upon you. Good morning. In the beginning, we're glad that we in SABIC to be among the first companies to access this program, the program of the Authorized Economic Operator. And I would like to thank our colleagues in ZATCA for this elegant conference and their continuous support. The number of the certificate was number 1. And that's a true indicator of the deep relationship and cooperation between the authority of ZATCA and SABIC Company. Of course, the qualification process went through effective stages and was applied scientifically, included, as stated by Sheikh Ahmed, field visit to some sites in SABIC Company to understand and observe the use systems methods of oversight, the inputs, and how the operations are run. And SABIC was classified as a low-risk business partner. To point out to the role of the supply chain in the companies that work at. And the supply chain is a cornerstone in any company as far as enabling the accessibility or understanding the vision of the company. But this vision cannot be continuous and instilled without focusing on four important pillars in the management of supply chain. The first pillar is commitment. To remain committed to the best standards of safety and security, environment and health. The second principle, which is compliance, remain compliant to the ethics laws and the legislations and the laws of the regulator. The third pillar is sustainability. The development of resources, be it human resources or natural resources, also the commitment to lower the carbon emissions. Fourth, innovation. And innovation can only be achieved by cooperation. Look at these four pillars and link it to the economic operator. We see an intersection, and that's a true application of these four principles. The economic operator increases the resilience of the supply chain. We in SABIC, we benefited from this program. The import sector of important spare parts from manufacturing, or the exports, which we gained the most benefit through this program. We heard from Engineer Suhail when he talked about the effort spent on their part, and from days to hours and hopefully to minutes in the near future, because this is the development in the clearing processes, in addition to the presence of the economic operator program that we gain many benefits from. The first privilege is the account manager element, and it's very important in communication and to better understand the challenges and to develop instant solutions. The communication and the account managers, I would like to thank them. The cooperation between SABIC, ZATCA, and the General Port Authority in Jeddah Port. A portal was designed for container processes, in addition to adding X-Freeze devices in the port. These matters took time, and in some cases the companies incurred fees and even delay in transportation. That was in the past, but now we are living in a new era. Building on what has been said, His Excellency the Minister, that our goal is to transfer the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to become a logistic hub, and I believe that we're moving in the same direction, but with increased levels of acceleration towards our objectives. The imports. Imagine that you need, or you had a spare part that needed to be replaced, and now the economic operator accelerated the clearance process, the storages in the port. 3, the paying the fees. You've seen a great advancement and progress in paying
اللي هي كانت فترة الصعوبة.
And Corona was a time of hardship.
بسبب كورونا
We did not face any delays that resulted in the delay of production. The production was continuous. The economic operator is
واضح
a clear program
مطبقة في
of
سلاسل الإمداد
the
ولا يحصل
rules applied in supply chains that cannot be achieved unless we have a strong relationship between both the public and the private sector. You have access to the program not only in Saudi Arabia, but you have access to the program in other countries. Of course, there are a number of programs outside Saudi Arabia, in Singapore, in South Europe. So the goal is to expand, because indeed we found the positive aspects of this program. And as stated before, large quantities are important abroad. To gain the benefits from this program, of course, will reflect positively also on the satisfaction of our clients. So we're always concerned about time. This will be a good impact. Marwan, DSB has had access to many of these programs all over the world, and one of the very first companies to join this program is Saudi Arabia. What is the experience, the economical benefits of access to the AEO program? Thank you, Lada. We thank the organizers, and I'm glad to be here among you. As you stated, Lara, the program is based on partnership between the Zadka and the different sectors, and the transportation sector, I believe it's a very important sector of the supply chain. And the benefit we gained in the transportation sector, our productivity and the impact of the cost of operation was a direct impact. We worked with approved companies, and the procedures becomes unified. All of that incentivize the transportation companies to engage in business with approved companies, helping the merchants, the exporters and the importers to benefit from the privileges in this program. Our role is to assist them to maintain the quality and the procedural standards and the processes approved on our part. Then they can benefit from the program. The merchant or the exporter want to clear their goods quicker. But if we don't have quality, we cannot continue this circle of success. Since 2018, and we worked with SABIC and other companies, among the very first companies to be approved. And my experience had a good impact on our company, and what I see now in the region, in GCC or globally, many other entities are accessing this program to increase the level of development. It does mitigate the expenses directly or indirectly. It does mitigate the expenses, and as I stated, our role is essential to help the merchants and the companies to benefit from this program. Of course, there are challenges to companies also to access this program. 17 companies in Bahrain, but in your opinion, That is the
ما هي أبرز المعوقات أمام الشركات للانضمام
major obstacles that prevent companies from accessing this program. Is it the cost? Is it the companies don't want to share their financial information with the customs? Let's all be clear on one thing, that this program is not only limited to the manufacturing or importing companies, as you said, Mr. Marwan, representing the DSB, but is also covering the transportation companies and the clearance offices and storages. And this is a process of cohesion between all entities working together with the economic operator. This will give them the priority of the ease of transportation. Just to clarify that this program is not limited to the companies. As far as the challenges, the reality is this program is a program of commitment, and this requires us to continuously audit the companies entering the program by reviewing some documents that some companies see as private documents. But now we overcome this obstacle, and this stage ended, and we gained two benefits. First, in previous years, with the ability of the government employees to complete their audits at the level and quality of the other offices. Now we're working with a team that surpass in their performance the clearance offices, building this partnership with the private sector, and now they understand the process better. They receive information quickly. So this is the first gain. Second gain, the reputation of the program and the benefits of this program became tangible. So that does encourage other companies to access the program. An increase of the request to subscribe to the program. Now we are processing more subscriptions. The number of requests or applications, small merchants, family business, and other sectors that started to see the benefits, because the 17 companies that received these certificates not only present in one sector, but many other sectors. So we all
for the operations of the inclusion. The question is about the challenges in importing. It's a local business case. In importing, the entity should be in full compliance before the customs to get the benefits without considering what is further than that. For the exporting, it's required to have a mutual agreement between the two concerned countries, and this is governed by signing the mutual agreement of AEO, and we can see signing the agreement with other countries is at low pace. The same standards of the program, but it's a mutual economic interest. So I can say if we have agreement and alignment, but they have different priorities, so it would be hard. It's not a priority for them, but they are a priority for us. So when we have shared vision, this can accelerate signing the agreement. So if we have the proximity in terms of geography, this will ease the negotiation. But if it's a far away a party, it might need time to figure out how to manage these procedures and these process. In my point of view, with the Customs, I would like to welcome His Excellency of the World Customs Organization. So how can we expedite the agreements? It should be at the level of the regions in a form of economic blocks. So it might be opportune time to look into the negotiations at the level of GCC countries in terms of EEO. This is what you are talking about 17 large companies. Does this mean the requirements of the application for the smaller companies, it would be hard? You need to have a large companies which have presence in different countries. AEO is one of the facilitation programs. It's economic companies. It's designed to target large companies with large transactions, so it's for the elite in this phase. The expansion of this program is in mind, but we have other programs for the small and medium-sized enterprises. We have the green lists for the SMEs, which are fully compliant with the customs, which focus on the products. So we can target them to be part of our program. So in this case, it might be on the green track, and this is one of the programs of trade facilitation. So opening the door for all companies, deny the benefits, and it would be hard for the customs to control.
What are your thoughts? What are the main challenges in attracting different stakeholders to this program? Do you think it's the lack of resources at companies? Do you think it's the cost? Or do you think they're not aware probably of the benefits? What are your thoughts?
Thank you for that. So I think I'll touch on a few areas of challenges that we've seen, and I might also touch on our experience of managing AEO through the COVID-19 pandemic. I think that brought some challenges to business, but also to us as the Customs Authority. I think it's fair to say we recognise that the AEO process is a stretching one for businesses, and I think that's quite right, given the advantages that it confers on businesses. So in terms of the systems, the processes, the capability that businesses have to demonstrate in order to get that seal of approval, it is challenging. And that's important for us to be confident that customers who have AEO status are able to maintain the high standards that we expect. But it absolutely can be done. And to the statistic that I mentioned earlier, over 60% of our customers who have AEO status are small and medium enterprises. So it can be done, albeit it is stretching, and it is not a commitment that should be entered into lightly by a business. And we do recognise that some businesses choose to use consultants or agents to help to guide them through that process. I think perhaps a wider challenge, if I zoom out just from AEO for a moment, is that AEO is just one of many facilitations that are available in the customs space. So just within HMRC, we have 42 different types of authorizations that are open to customers on customs. Now, we recognize that there is more that we can do to simplify how customers take advantage of the facilitations that are available to them. And we're working on that, and I might touch on some of that a little bit later. But there's absolutely more work to do, and that's just within HMRC. And of course, many of our customers don't just interact with HMRC, they will interact with other government agencies at the border. So there's work for us to do to make sure we provide a more joined-up approach there. If I touch briefly on our COVID experience, we absolutely had to reevaluate how we approach AEO and our normal way of doing business, and that was quite a challenge. We have over 200 people in HMRC working on AEO and other authorizations, so we had to balance protecting our staff and our customers with maintaining the flow of business and also maintaining the security of supply chains. And I think we recognized quite early on that technology had a potentially valuable role to play here, and we worked with our partners in WCO and other authorities worldwide to exchange ideas and explore best practice for navigating the challenges that the pandemic brought with us. And that enabled us to move some of our assurance activity away from the office, which helped, given that a lot of our staff were working at home. It also helped us work with customers directly with reviewing some of their processes remotely, doing things like undergoing virtual tours of premises, where previously we had to do that physically. And the other step forward that we achieved during the pandemic was we started to take account of information the customer had provided in other authorizations, which were similar to what we asked for in an AEO context. And that reusing of information and insight was actually incredibly powerful. So looking beyond the pandemic, we've actually learned from some of those changes that we made, and we have adapted our approach using some of that best practice that we picked up, albeit in a crisis. And our approach now, it is more efficient. It's more targeted in terms of identifying and probing areas of risk. And ultimately for customers, that means that their experience with HMRC and the AEO process it's more cost effective and it's a better use of their time. So some really significant challenges there, but we've navigated our way through them.
Thank you, Max. حسام, سمعنا من ماكس كيف كان
Hussam, why this program has a role to relieve and to mitigate the disruptions of supply chains during the pandemic. Was that the case in SABIC COVID-19? We're going to talk about the impact of COVID-19 on the global level. We're talking about risk mitigation or risk management. For sure, for each entity, parts of governance includes risk mitigation. We didn't imagine the magnitude of this pandemic, which disrupted the global supply chain. We talk about crowdedness at ports, and the insufficient number of containers, and the containers, the empty containers, and the efficiency at about 40% for containers, and the fluctuation of prices. We have seen that the shipment prices fluctuated from China to USA, and they were skyrockets. So I can say that entities or systems which heavily invested in the previous contract in the flexibility of supply chains, they emerged stronger and navigated these challenges and generated more benefits from such programs. So the equation was easy, but how can we apply this equation? It's another matter. How can I keep in stock goods which meet the requirements of the customers, and look at the working capital as well? How can I get the level of satisfaction, high level of satisfaction of customers, and at the same time I wouldn't make the company incur high costs which can harm the operation of this company? The model that we applied helped us to balance such factors, including AEO. So what is the role of AEO in inventory? The schedule of shipments and the accurate time of shipment reached about 40%. Means 60% of the ships came came in delay, so this caused a huge pressure. So the captain of the ship cannot wait. He needs the acceleration of the procedures. EEO helped us a lot, and our contractors with the shipment companies to make sure that our products delivery reached about 84% of accuracy. His Excellency Sheikh Ahmed mentioned the trucks which cleared now at a very speed manner. There was a high demand for trucks. AEO identified a track at the borders with the neighboring countries for the time to clearance is about 80%. This is one of the most important and major benefits of AEO. To clear such goods facilitated by the authorized economic operator. So what you cannot measure, you cannot improve. So the reports from Zatka illustrates the benefits that we have generated from this program. We reach high percentage of benefits, and we aspire for more. And so I would like to conclude and wrap up this session. How can we develop this program? Marwan, I need your insights. You have so now you have the customs administration available with us today. A small request. I know the vision of 2030 to transform the kingdom to be a logistic hub, not only regional but a global hub. So the laws and regulations should be developed to be in line with the aspirations of the kingdom, to be in line with this ambitious vision. It's happening and in accelerated manner. So right now we have special economic zones being established in different parts of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So we have a lot of projects in the pipeline or or under constructions right now. So we need to have some regulatory frameworks to be in line with the vision. So what is your vision about, Sheikh Ahmed, the role of the technology and the automation in this program, and the blockchain, AI, and the other pieces? Is it a priority for you in EO program? We work based on the National Strategy 2021-2024. EO is based on the previous strategy 2017-2021. The current strategy for customs is based on 3 pillars to enhance, build alignment of the customs affairs in Bahrain with the national goals and national vision and WTC to enhance the benefits that we have generated from the previous strategy and to achieve higher goals. Building means to venture into new areas. The major project that is the second stage of the national system of customs clearance, which is Afaq Horizon. Now we move to Afaq 2.0, which will include blockchain and artificial intelligence as well in this system. How will this be resonated and reflected with the EEO as we illustrated? The economic operator is part of the facilitation programs, which governed by advanced risk management system, which based on LESS standards, security standards, and customs standards. All these combined will be taken into account for the next level of development. So this is our core focus and the attention right now. How can you manipulate AI? We have a lot of instances about AI. I strongly believe not only to just use passwords such as artificial intelligence and others. It's not a trend right now. But we should be true to ourselves. AI is based on some specific criteria, including the product value within the reasonable parameters. Some countries, we have transactions which this countries this country does not export this product. So AI how can the AI use to relieve the pressure on auditing function, and how can we make sure that AI is smart? It's a machine learning. It takes time. The data you feed, the more data you feed, and to look into the outcomes, the more confidence you have between the customers and the staff and the system. So we fully depend on. So why is the AI at that time? We can see the big growth in e-commerce, and we suffer from the e-commerce. It's not the faults. It's not the fault, but the four folds. And the pandemic accelerated the spreads and the growth of e-commerce. So to handle this matter, we need modern technologies to facilitate trade and the accurate collection of revenues and to ensure and promote security. Thank you, Sheikh Ahmed.
Where are your priorities to develop this program? And briefly, please, I think we're out of time.
Okay. So I think it's fair to say that it's an exciting future for us in the United Kingdom in terms of how we operate at the border, in particular, picking up on one of the themes of the conference, how we really start to exploit the technology that is available to us. The reality is that there is more work for us to do to simplify the customer experience at the border, but do that in a way that is safe and maintains the high standards of security. And this is not just a customs challenge for us. As I said before, we have 42 different types of customs authorizations, and we're looking at how we can simplify that process so we don't ask customers for information if we already hold it, and technology can help us with that. But also, in the UK, we're looking at what our overall government ambition is at the border and looking at how we can not just look at the customs experience, but the overall experience for traders, including other security regimes like sanitary and phytosanitary. And that's why we have been doing a lot of work with private industry over the last few months. We've been running pilots with 6 consortia made up of over 70 businesses in order to see how we can use technology to provide frictionless border experiences for trusted supply chains, and we hope to publish the results from those pilots very soon. And we're going to take a lot of learning from that. What we already know is, and this is where quite selfishly I talk about my role, we know that in the United Kingdom we want to develop and deliver a single trade window, which will provide the opportunity for customers to use a digital gateway to essentially tell government wants what they're doing at the border, and for technology to take away the burden of having to repeat themselves, and for technology to help every regime get the information it needs to make the right choices in terms of facilitation and also maintaining compliance and maintaining security. And we are really excited, going back to the theme of this conference, to not just learn from some of the great technology work that's going on out there as well, but also to talk to other authorities around the world and to share experiences and learn from where similar approaches have been taken. And we are really excited about the future border strategy in the UK for that reason.
Thank you, Max. حسام أكيد بدي أسمع رأيك بهذا الموضوع. أين يجب أن تركز السلطات الجمركية إذا أرادت أن
So, what are the core business or the core activities or the focus activities of the customs? How can Zatka can reach to this level of efficiency, taking into account the thousands of containers coming into the KSA. I have found application for the artificial intelligence and digitalization. Yesterday we talked about the e-invoicing. Now it's the right time to link the e-clearance in cooperation with Tabadul. The other points, as Sheikh Ahmed mentioned, the blockchain. This is this technology will accelerate and develop the clearance and take it to advanced level. As Sheikh Ahmed said, in the WCO needs to play a vital role in this regard. Thank you. Thank you for your participation and sharing these ideas. After talking about the benefits of joining the program, EEO program, I think a number of the audience will join these programs. Thank you for being with us. Thank you. Thank Lara Habib and for distinguished panelists in this panel discussion about the EEO as enabling tool for supply chains. Right now, after having this panel discussion, which outlined different experiences, we shared goals and the vision as well. I'd like to thank you for being with us and for your engagement. And now we'll open the floor for the audience to network and to share ideas. We will resume the sessions within 30 minutes. We will come back at 11 and 5. So enjoy the break.
Thank you.
Welcome back again, distinguished guests. We're hoping that you enjoyed this short break to return to the activities of this event. And the second and last day, the Zakat Tax and Customs Conference for the year 2023, Tax and Customs Improvements for a thriving business community. And the trends in pricing transaction. This session will be moderated by Mr. Chris Sanger.
Mrs. Sandra Knaibin,
رئيسة
قسم المعاملة الضريبية والتسعير التحويلي والمعاملات المالية في منظمة التعاون الاقتصادي والتنمية. Mr. Matthew Nijubula, المسؤول الأول عن عمليات الضرائب الخاصة في هيئة الضرائب النيجيرية. ومستر جوال
Cooper,
رئيس خدمات الضرائب الدولية ومنازعات المعاملات في أرنست يونغ. والأستاذ أليستر بيبر العضو المنتدب في مجموعة الضرائب الوطنية في واشنطن KBMG. والأستاذة ساندرا ستيفنز رئيسة قسم الضرائب في شركة تايلاند. Welcome everyone. أهلا وسهلا بكم. كل التوفيق.
Excellent. Well, thank you. First of all, let me put on record my thanks once again to the organizer here for the invitation to be here, and particularly for the opportunity to moderate this excellent panel that we have set up for you today, looking at the current challenges in transfer pricing. So thank you very much for coming back after the break and joining us for what I hope will be a thrilling and exciting step through the world of transfer pricing, something where we all seem to spend quite a lot of our time both working and potentially in dispute. And through this panel, we'd like to kind of imagine a future, a nirvana, if you like, where there's an area of heightened agreement between both taxpayers and tax authorities. And over the next 40 minutes or so, we're going to cover three key areas. First, we're going to look at the impact of the work that's been undertaken by the inclusive framework. That's Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 that you heard a little bit about earlier on today. And what does that mean for transfer pricing and indeed a little bit beyond? Next, we're going to look at what is a perennial challenge, I think, in transfer pricing, which is in relation to intangibles. And finally, we're going to build on some of the questions that we saw yesterday and some of the opportunities that come from the merging of customs organizations and tax authorities to see what that actually means for transfer pricing as we go. Now, you had a brief introduction to the panel just before, so I won't go to introduce the panel in any greater detail, but I'll move quite swiftly on to the first of those three areas. So that's the impact of the BEPS, the so-called BEPS 2.0 package, the Pillar 1 and Pillar 2. So, Matthew, maybe I'll come to you first of all to take us into that kind of area. What is it that this is going to do for the world of transfer pricing and beyond, and what should we be taking from this?
Thank you very much, Chris. BEPS 2.0, as the two-pillar solution is commonly referred to, it's going to have a lot of impacts. Number one, in the area of, first of all, understanding the rules, because the rules that we have, particularly for Amount A, appears to be very complex, and so people, first of all, must address their mind to the complexity. But beyond that, when you look at Amount A itself, under the Pillar 1, it goes beyond the use of arm's length principle, and so which means people must be able to come to terms that issues bordering on transfer pricing cases as relates to Amount A may not necessarily be resolved on the basis of arm's length principle. And I think that's a very critical one for those who do transfer pricing. And then beyond that, if you look at Amount B is looking at having rates, agreeable rates for baseline marketing and distribution activities. It therefore means that if we have these rates, whether it's a single global rate or regionalized rates, it means then it's going to work like a safe harbor, as such that we are not going to be doing all the traditional FAR analysis and then having the various disputes and trying to resolve them with respect to Amount B or issues around baseline marketing and distribution activities. I think very importantly, the Pillar 2 doesn't have too much direct bearing on transfer pricing because it's imposing minimum tax on certain payments between resident and source states. And so there may be not much of a big impact transfer pricing wise, but Pillar 1, Amount A particularly, and Amount B have that impact. And I think the last thing I would say on that is the fact that dispute resolution that we have come to know with transfer pricing may change because Amount A has come with a tax certainty provision that enables a mandatory binding dispute resolution regime for transfer pricing cases. So these are going to be the broader issues, issues around capacity and understanding the rules, and then our having to use Amount B in respect of baseline market and distribution activity as safe harbor. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you very much, Matthew. Now, maybe I'll come to you, Alistair. Given your background previously at the OECD and the work that you're doing right now, how would you supplement that? What other angle would you give to that?
I think actually I wanted to pick up a couple of themes from what Matthew said. I think the first one is beyond the arm's length principle. So we see with Pillar 1, specifically Amount A recognition and desire from countries to see profits allocated to them that go beyond the arm's length principle. That's something that people that work in transfer pricing are already familiar with. There are numerous times where there is a sense that tax administrations are asking for more profit than probably is appropriate under the arm's length principle, and you work through MAP and you see that recognized with reductions and adjustments. So there's an attempt to codify things that we see today and to therefore restabilize. So I think that's an important theme. Complexity is another really important theme. You know, transfer pricing rules are incredibly complicated. The rules are complicated, but the practice is even more complicated. What we've seen with the discussions around Amount A is that trying to develop a simpler alternative is not easy, and trying to balance the issues between complexity and kind of accuracy or reasonableness is also very difficult, because whenever you move towards a simpler solution, you create outcomes that may not be intuitive and that you may want to try and address, but then that requires you to build more complexity into the rules. The third thing that Matthew mentioned I think is really important is the Pillar 2 implications for transfer pricing. And the way that the Pillar 2 rules work is they determine whether or not you're low taxed in various different jurisdictions, and then they give either that jurisdiction or another jurisdiction the right to tax that low tax profits. That all assumes that you get your transfer pricing right first time round, the first year that you do it, and that there are no subsequent adjustments. If there are subsequent adjustments, obviously then the big question is, well, does that have Pillar 2 implications? And just to give you one simple example, if you imagine moving profits from a jurisdiction that's been deemed low tax in year 1 for the purposes of Pillar 2, and therefore where there's been top-up tax applied, to a high tax jurisdiction in year 4 through a transfer pricing adjustment. What does that mean for Pillar 2? Does that mean you need to go back and redo the calculation? Should you be getting a refund? What are the mechanisms that are in place to enable you to do that? If you look in the Pillar 2 rules, all that is not very clear. And so from a taxpayer perspective, I think what you're then really saying is, I really need to get my transfer pricing right first, because if I have to go back and if I see these adjustments later, that's potentially a really big problem for Pillar 2.
So when we're talking about current trends, we seem to be getting current trends towards complexity rather than away from complexity. Joel, I saw you were nodding in agreement to a number of those points. I mean, maybe you'd like to add a little bit about how businesses are going to respond to this, and maybe not just on the kind of Pillar 2, but on the wider perspective as well.
Yeah, I think I'd echo what both Matthew and Alistair have said. I think these are really complex rules. We'd be kidding ourselves if we sort of pretend that they're not. The principles are simple. The idea is simple. But the sort of proof is in the pudding. They're really complex rules. And it's not clear, many of these things like a transfer pricing adjustment and so forth, how that actually plays out. So what does that mean? We've got more complex rules. They're sort of different rules as well. They're global in nature. The taxation's dependent on how other countries treat things and so forth. So I think, given we know we've got this complexity, we need certainty mechanisms that allow us to deal with that. We need global certainty mechanisms. So what does that really mean, I guess? I think it means when it comes to Pillar 2, as we've heard already, it's already underway, countries are implementing it. But only now are we talking about what do we need in terms of certainty mechanisms. And I think things like domestic guidance, reliance on existing treaties, they're not going to go far enough in providing the certainty that's needed. They're global rules, they need global certainty mechanisms. We need some sort of multilateral binding convention to ensure that unintended consequences don't arise from Pillar 2. When it comes to Pillar 1, I'll sort of park amount A, but suffice to say, if that doesn't go ahead, I think we're going to see a lot more uncertainty because there'll be other ways to try and tax those in-market returns. Sort of more creative or new approaches to transfer pricing, permanent establishment definitions, new withholding taxes, new unilateral measures. I think that's definitely something that business fears. If we come to amount B then as well, which is the one that's really designed to simplify things, if you look at the most recent draft, I think it's incredibly complex. Again, unfortunately, the idea is really simple. The sort of application, the scoping rules are really complex. I think on a rough count, there's over 25 points you'd have to consider to see whether you're in scope of these rules or not. And there's a lot of subjectivity in all of those rules. And I think there's a real tension there between, on the one hand, kind of a purist approach to the arm's length principle, and on the other hand, trying to actually really simplify things. And I hope the sort of winds will shift towards really trying to simplify things. If it does, that can have fantastic implications for transfer pricing going forward, where we'll have the ability to see if these rules work with distribution and see if they can then work in other areas and really simplify some of the day-to-day transfer pricing tasks. If it doesn't work and we end up with sort of complex guidance or guidance that doesn't go ahead, I think we're sort of, where we were in, I'd say 1979, but 1995 with transfer pricing still doing the same things with no sort of improvements and less certainty.
Well, let's hope we're going into that nirvana, not to the nightmare, I think, as we go through. But I do accept the kind of the risk that we're all facing. So we've heard from a government, we've heard from two advisors. So maybe now turn to you, Sandra, as actually a taxpayer who's actually going to have to deal with all of this. After all, it's going to be this is where the work starts initially. So maybe from your perspective, what do you see in this?
I see a lot of complexity. I think I'll just end up echoing some of the comments that have already been made. Kind of the introduction that I would make is I'm also part of the Tax Executives Institute, which is a group of in-house tax directors. And actually, I also chair the transfer pricing and the permanent establishment group. And just recently, we had the opportunity to get together around 20 professionals from large multinational companies to provide comments on Amount B. So it's an interesting position to be in today also. And one of the main areas of agreement that we had within that group is can the taxpayers be given an opt-out mechanism? It's not clear from what is written whether it is a mandatory and if you're in, you can't escape, or whether you can actually opt out and be excluded. And the reason for that being one of our key takeaways is actually linked to the amount of complexity that is required in the paper at all levels. Basically, when kind of stepping back from detail and going back to the picture, as we were discussing, we basically had 5 key objectives that we would like to see addressed. One objective is obviously the increase of tax certainty. And given the complexity that is in the document around the scoping criteria, the benchmarking criteria, and even the documentation, And okay, of course. I have a sweet voice, I've been told. Sorry. The complexity that we see around the scoping, the benchmarking, and the documentation, and how subjective some of the criteria are, it would definitely be welcomed by some of the taxpayers to be left outside the scope of Amount B so they can go on with their lives the way they've been doing so far. So that's definitely one area. 3 other objectives, I would actually bundle them into one, is targeting a simplification of the transfer pricing compliance, along with a reduction of the burdens of compliance that would definitely be welcomed, and being asked to provide meaningful data rather than just providing data. And I would stay with the last one because I think a lot of the things that I said around certainty tie to simplicity and reduction of the tax burden. Meaningful data kind of raised different level of concerns. One being, for example, how taxpayers are certain that the data will stay private, so the confidentiality around the data. That's something that we don't see addressed in the paper. But also something which is just a detail, but I think it's a good detail to say where we're coming from, is it seems that we're going back some years in time and that secret comparables are something that potentially will be allowed again, because the disclosure of the companies that are included in the benchmarks that set then the margins for the return of the low-risk distributors, they may not be available to taxpayers for challenge. So that's an area that definitely is of concern of everybody that joined that group. And the last objective, which I saved for last, is the multilateral implementation of consistent rules. So we have experience with the implementation of CBCR, and we know that when countries transpose the rules, they didn't always follow the same approach. I think within the European Union, we have extensive experience with the implementation of the directives, which are guidelines, and definitely language can also be a barrier because these documents are drafted in English, but then when countries translate them into local law, they read a word differently and it has a complete different meaning. And that's an area that is of high concern to taxpayers, not only because consistency is something that we value, but also because between the 142 inclusive framework members, we don't really have tax treaties between all of them. So where dispute arises, taxpayers may be left with only one route of discussion, which is local, with local authorities. And often, well, I wouldn't say often, every time transfer pricing is at least bilateral, often multilateral. So if there isn't a mandatory dispute resolution mechanism available to taxpayers that allows them to have sit at the table and have a discussion with the different tax authorities, that puts multinationals in a quite hard position.
Thank you for that. And I saw Sandra nodding at the end, and I know I'm going to come back to you, particularly in relation to that form of dispute resolution. But maybe we move on to the second question. Maybe, Sandra, just very quickly, just if you could pick up, I said we would come on to the point about the perennial challenges that we have with intangibles. Is there any particular aspects you want to bring up on that, and then maybe I'll go to Alistair before coming over to Sandra in a moment.
So I would flag only one item. I think on the hard value intangibles discussion, I tend to distinguish between what is transfer pricing planning and what is run and maintain. I will focus only on the run and maintain for the sake of time also. One of the areas that is of concern, and maybe because now I'm in the tech industry, is how these nomad employees fit with the hard-to-value intangibles concept. Basically because, trying to make a parallel, pharmaceutical industry, you have very bright PhDs who need to go to a lab to get their work done. So there's always a geographical point where they have to be. tech companies, it's about having a really good computer, good internet connection, and a very safe VPN to make sure the data you're using is secure, right? So what the industry faces now is people, very bright people who are located everywhere, and that with COVID actually got used to that lifestyle, right? So the hottest topic that I've been kind of not only addressing but also discussing with peers is how do we fit this new concept into a value chain analysis? How do we fit this concept into a transfer of IP versus an allocation of profit? And how do you track it?
So it looks like on our first question on BEPS, we were saying, to quote from Joel's perspective, that actually the concept is simple, but the implementation is difficult. And now we're saying, following the post-COVID environment, we've now got a further challenge in relation to intangibles related to where our people can undertake work. So we seem to be more pointing to greater challenges rather than fewer challenges in transfer pricing. We're moving more towards nightmare than nirvana. Maybe that'll be my final question at the end of this when we come to that, whether you think we're moving one way or the other. But Alistair, I mean, we're talking about hard to value intangibles, and your expertise is in valuations or the team. So what's your concept on that? And then I promise, come to Sandra, who's had a chance to listen to everything and give her a chance to come back on this in particular.
I think with the first BEPS
maybe
project,
move the microphone a bit. Yeah.
With the first BEPS project, we saw some very significant changes to the way that the transfer pricing rules applied in relation to intangibles. And following that project, you've seen really different interpretations by tax administrations about what that guidance actually meant and what was actually agreed. And I think there you see kind of two dimensions to the issue of tax certainty, specifically in the context of intangibles. One of them is, what is the legal basis on which you're applying transfer pricing rules? What do the transfer pricing guidelines say? What does domestic law say? And I think there we've seen, a movement to rules that are a bit more subjective and therefore complicated to apply. But you also have the practice. How are tax administrations in practice applying the rules? And again, because you've seen different people do different things, and because you've seen some tax administrations take very expansive interpretations of the rules as revised, you have practical problems when you're applying the transfer pricing rules. And I think that hints to the solutions to the problem, which is, do you go back and revise your laws? Do you go back and revise the transfer pricing guidelines to try and provide more clarity about how those rules should be applied and to address some of the subjectivity and some of the differences in interpretation? Or do you say, actually, those discussions were very difficult. They'll be very difficult if we try and have them again. What we should focus on is, how do we provide certainty in practice? How do we provide spaces and mechanisms and options for taxpayers such that they recognize that the rules are complicated and they're difficult, but actually they know that at the end of the day, they're going to have two reasonable tax administrations on either side, and they're going to come to an agreement, and they're going to come to an agreement quickly.
Thank you. So talking about two tax authorities having to discuss with each other, well, that's an ideal opportunity to open that up to you, Sandra. You've heard the discussions from business, you've heard the discussion from the government, you've heard from advisors. Now you've got the OECD perspective and arguably the control over everything that we are looking at here today. So maybe if you can give us your perspective on what can tax administrations and administrators and indeed the OECD do to help us move closer to that nirvana rather than nightmare.
Yes, thank you. I would just like to start with thanking our host for the invitation to the event and for the warm hospitality. It's a pleasure to be here. Now, on what we can do as tax administrations, I think if we talk about tax certainty, let's start with prevention, because each dispute that you have prevented is one that you have won. So let's look at that. And so clear rules, clear guidance, and even if you would say that at first instance clear rules is for the legislator and not for the tax administrations, I think the clear guidance is something that is really important where tax administrations can play a role. And if we look at the transfer pricing guidelines, we all have the same arm's length principle do we all have the same understanding of what the arms principle means, and do we look at the guidance in the same way, so we can all work on improving that. So that's a first thing. I've already heard it like complex, 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 so simplification is something we need to work on, and I know that each project starts with the idea of simplifying, but then you have the different stakeholders asking for different things, which makes it more complex, but it is something we're working on. And even before we started working on Amount B, we already had a project on standardized benchmarking to see whether we could like simplify things, especially for routine transactions, because from my experience a long time ago as competent authority, you spend a lot of time on these simple cases where you should not be spending your time, and you should be having your resources spent to more important cases, I would say. So there is some work that we have been putting on hold because we are giving priority to Amount B for the moment, but it will be taken up again after we finish the work on Amount B. Then, of course, I think there are already a lot of tools with respect to dispute prevention. I don't think we need to invent more tools, but like optimal use of the different tools, corporate compliance, ICAP, APA, even joint audit, and you don't have to see them as competing with each other. It's depending on the situation, the one tool is better equipped to be used, or in another situation, another. So just look at what is the best tool in that specific situation. They can even be complementary, I would say, these tools. And if I can refer to things that tax administrations recently have done, we have had the BAPAM published best practices for bilateral APAs with 29 best practices to improve, to streamline the APA process, to make it work a little bit quicker, to get the A back into APAs. And just like Sandra said, we see, if we look at the value chain, that a lot is no more bilateral, but that multilateral is like the new word. And so we just last week published a manual on multilateral maps and APAs with some guidance for administrations on how they can deal with cases in a multilateral way, and also with some tips for taxpayers on what they can do to make the process move as quickly as possible and to make it work. And if all that doesn't help, and to show you that we still have issues, let's say that we are having between 5,000, 6,000 cases in the MAP inventory, half of them being transfer pricing cases. It shows how important dispute prevention is, but we also need to have good resolution. And compared to prevention you do when you feel you're up to it as a tax administration. Resolution, you need to do it. It's a treaty obligation. And all the administrations are working hard to improve dispute resolution. We had to peer review the first round. We have started now with a new peer review, now looking at all jurisdictions, helping the jurisdictions with less experience to see what we can do to help them advance and to know how they can handle cases. So I think it's quite a lot that administrations can do, but they're working on it.
So hopefully taking a step towards the nirvana versus nightmare. But so Matthew, as a tax authority listening to all of that, what's your take in terms of this?
Yeah, thanks very much, Chris. And I think Sandra had been able to identify very key elements of what had to be done. But when we look at tax certainty, it's a two-leaved door. One aspect of it is what Sandra has spoken about very eloquently, and that has to do with the clarity of the rules, simplicity of the rules, having guidance, and all of that. But then there's the other side of it, which has to do with mutual trust between the tax administration and the taxpayers. Mm-hmm. And the key issue that promotes trust is the issue of transparency. How transparent are the processes of the tax authority? And on the other hand, how forthcoming is the taxpayer with necessary information and data? And that is a major issue we've always been having with transfer pricing. You realize that you are, an administration is carrying out a transfer pricing audit. It takes quite a lot of time. And why? Because information comes in trickles, and sometimes you have to employ the instrumentality of exchange of information before you get the necessary data. And so if taxpayers can be more forthcoming, and also tax authorities can be more transparent, and then we will see that trust will evolve. And once we have trust, then it doesn't matter how difficult the rules or the environments are, it becomes a lot easier to work cooperatively and then to resolve issues. So, what I see to add to that is the need for transparency, both from the side of the tax authority in terms of processes and all of that, and also MNEs must also be forthcoming with necessary information, data, to ensure that cooperatively we can resolve transfer pricing issues. This is what I want to add. Chris.
Thank you very much. So trust and transparency and engaging of information. Joel, let me come to you. I'm not sure if there's anything you wanted to comment on that last part, but if maybe you do that. But then maybe we also pick up the other theme we've seen in this conference, which is about the merger of direct tax and indirect tax. Is that going to be an opportunity for us to increase the trust and the transparency that Matthew's been talking about, and what other things can we see from that? How is that going to affect transfer pricing?
Yeah, I'll comment really quickly on the other bit about trust and transparency, because I think that is fundamental. So is good guidance, so is all the dispute resolution mechanisms. But in a world where it is all trust and transparency, and we're striving for kind of one correct application, if you will, of the rules, then we need a backstop. And I think finding arbitration on a sort of global basis for these global rules is just a necessity and an inevitability to make sure there is kind of one consistent interpretation of the rules. When it comes to customs valuation and transfer pricing, now that's another complex area, just to add to the theme of the panel. I think at the end of the day, you have two different sets of rules. If you look back to the genesis of them, I guess you've got 1979, the Tokyo Valuation Agreement, 1979, the first transfer pricing guidelines. The world has changed a lot since 1979. The transfer pricing guidelines, the ones we all think about, are the 95 ones and the iterations thereof. They were quite different to the 1979 ones. There's been some changes to the customs rules, but they're very prescriptive valuation rules, necessarily. They're designed for goods, they're designed to be applied at the border and kind of quickly. Transfer pricing is designed for all sorts of transactions, intangibles, financial transactions, services, and they have to take into account so many different circumstances that sit around that. And so, therefore, they're more in the nature of guidance, if you will, around a core principle, whereas I'd say the custom ones are more sort of prescriptive. Once you get out of the transaction value, sort of, if it's not an arm's length transaction, if it's not if it is impacted by the relationship between the parties, you really go down two different paths, and you've now potentially got different values for transfer pricing, corporate tax, and for customs. And I think I said all of that because that's what we need to be aware of as businesses, as advisors, as tax administrations, and understanding those differences. And from there, looking for pragmatic approaches to deal with that. I think the quest for kind of harmonization of the two is incredibly challenging because you're dealing with two different sets of international rules. But what we can do is look for pragmatic ways to manage this and deal with it. And there's been some fantastic work by the WCO, the TCCV, some guidance and handbooks that were published, some commentary on and examples around how transaction value and transfer pricing can work. That's been really useful. And I think the themes discussed yesterday of putting customs and tax in the same administration is a great step towards that mutual understanding. And I think, a lot of businesses could perhaps follow suit, because I think there's a lot of instances where customs sits very much outside of the tax department. So I think just mutual sharing and trying to find pragmatic ways to deal with this is really the path forward, and then hopefully something else one day.
Thank you. Maybe I'd turn it back to you, Sandra. I know the OECD, as we've seen, is incredibly busy with a lot of other things. Is this something maybe for the near future, or at least on the radar for them to look at?
It is currently not on the agenda. I suppose you will understand that we're mainly working not only on the pillars, but also on a lot of other things. And I think one of the other things on the agenda is global mobility, something that Sandra alluded to, and that is, I think, very important for business as well, that we find solutions for the changing environment. So, but it doesn't mean that because it's not on the agenda that nothing is happening, and Joel already alluded to administrations like harmonizing, people talking to each other, projects within administrations. A lot is going on, and even if prices are not the same, I think there's lessons that can be learned from the one to the other, information that can be exchanged between them. So even when we're not working on it, it's not that nothing is happening and that things can't improve.
Thank you. Well, I think we're coming close to time, so I've got a chance to give you each 1 minute. And maybe if you can keep it to the 60 seconds, so maybe we can address, just basically answer my question. Do you think we're going to, in 5 years' time, will we be closer to nirvana or to nightmare in transfer pricing? And what do you see as the critical factors to get us closer to nirvana? Sandra, why don't we start with you? We'll walk all the way around this way.
Okay. I would say I don't know if we're going to be closer to nirvana or not. So that's my honest feedback. What I think, there are two things that I think are critical to improve the current position. One, and we touched on both. One is communication, because for tax people, we need to be able to convey a simple message to our internal stakeholders. To get all of this done, we need other resources, not just tax. So that's a very important point. You need to be able to communicate. The second point ties to this is the cross-functional working. And the cross-functional working, it's not just within the tax function, it's with the tax administration. That was actually my last point, is how customs and transfer pricing actually come together. Because even for Amount B, that's actually a very important area. We have kind of ways of managing the transfer pricing, but those are through retrospective adjustments. And especially for tangible good industries, and I've been there for 9 years, it's a very, very difficult area to manage. And customs and transfer pricing, at least where I come from, always work together, but it was really, really hard to get to common grounds. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And to you, Matthew. So, nirvana, nightmare, and what's critical to get us to to get us to the nirvana, not the nightmare?
Yeah, I think what I see going forward, that is hopefully if the two-pillar solutions go into force and widely adopted, then everyone, tax administration, international tax bodies, taxpayers, will then need to come together and simplify things. The current rules for transfer pricing, the arm's length principles, and the allocation of taxing right are too complex. And one way to simplify is to bring everybody together. And I think just like Sandra said, how do we now come together, have access to common pool of data? Because if all of us are looking at the same pool of data, then there will be less disagreement as to numbers. And it becomes easier to focus on the principles. And if we are able to agree the mechanical, then the policy side of it becomes a lot easier to run with. And then people can be more pragmatic, we can be more compromising, and then we can move out more quickly from this mire, as it were. So what I see, therefore, going forward is all of us coming together from every side of government, from the side of civil society, from the side of businesses, and let's actually develop a common pool of data, and then let's simplify our rules.
Thank you, Matthew. Moving around the arc, so to you, Joel, next. Nirvana, nightmare, and what's going to make a difference?
I think probably on a bumpy road, and hopefully with nirvana in the distance within 5 years, and probably nightmare chomping at the ankles is where we'll be. Because the rules are complex, we're moving towards trying to have these global rules and global approaches. It's going to be bumpy. And I think, how do we get there? How do we make it happen? I go back to, I think, effective and accessible dispute resolution on a sort of multilateral scale is fundamental. That brings everyone around a common sort of approach and a common theme because there's a backstop. And I think some of the things Sandra mentioned around Action 14, the bilateral APA manual, the multilateral APA stuff, the peer reviews, I think they've done wonders, but there's more to do. And I think underlying it, as I said, needs to be eventually a sort of multilateral convention with binding arbitration so that we all have a common sort of hook to hang our coats on, if you will, at the end of the day.
So we've heard of Joel's bumpy road. What about you, Alistair? What do you see? Is it a nice, easy road? Is it a fork, or what are we looking at?
Well, we've talked about simplifying transfer pricing rules for 10 years. We now have rules that are more complicated than they were 10 years ago. I think what Matthew articulated nicely is that these rules are complicated and they're painful, and everyone is recognizing that. And I think, unfortunately, we probably need a bit more pain to get people over the hurdle that they have slightly different views about how they want these rules to work, and they haven't been able to agree to move to, a more certain, simpler world yet. But actually, with a bit more pain, with a bit more dispute, with a bit more uncertainty, maybe people will be willing and able to make those difficult compromises. I think the other thing is kind of looking beyond the policy landscape is, what are the other things that could help you get there? And I think we've heard over the last day and a half about technology and how important that could be. And I think that is one of those things that's worth looking at and thinking about and saying, how can that change this dynamic, this balance, and move us from a world where people have made the rules more complicated because that's been necessary to achieve the objectives they're looking to achieve, to actually saying, can we use technology and other things to help facilitate us move to a simpler world towards nirvana?
Thank you. And now turn to you, Sandra. You've heard everyone else's votes on the nightmare versus nirvana and their suggestions on how we get there. What's your take?
So I think if I look at tax certainty, and if we want to achieve tax certainty, which is beneficial for all, governments, taxpayers, everyone, and so we can only achieve it, and I would like to echo something Matthew said before, if we have good cooperation, trust between all, between the developing countries and the developed countries, between the governments and the taxpayers, and we all need to work together, and we all have the same goal, because we all want that certainty. And so we can only achieve it when everyone plays his or her part and make sure that together we build a system that works and that is respected by everyone. And I think that's what we should aim for.
Thank you very much. Now, I'm not sure we actually got an answer from anyone on whether we're in nirvana or nightmare, but maybe I wasn't really expecting that. I hope you enjoyed that conversation. I thought that was really helpful. I think just to pick up those last simple messages, we had the cross-functionality of cross-functional working as one of the key elements from Sandra. We had the fact that the rules are complex, and we actually need to have simpler rules, come together and have a common pool of data that Matthew was mentioning. Joel described it as a bumpy road. We hope that those bumps are not too high, that we can actually get over those bumps. But actually, we need to have an effective and accessible dispute resolution to get there. I think Alistair took that bumpy road a bit maybe into a hurdle which we have to leap over in order to get to it. And let's hope those hurdles are sufficiently small, but actually noting that technology really can change the whole essence of what we're doing and make it a lot easier. Once we've got our simpler rules, we can get technology to get there. And Sandra, I think you put your finger on the pulse for that one when you said it was all about trust and cooperation and working together, and that actually what we all want to get as a result of all of this is certainty. So if I just reflect on this, I think, with the other panels, I will avoid saying whether we'll get to nirvana or nightmare, but I do think that there is that we can definitely make some real steps over the next few years to get closer to nirvana and closer to an environment than transfer pricing. If we come back to this at the next conference, no doubt we'll still have transfer pricing as an issue we want to be talking about, but hopefully we'll be celebrating some of those successes that we've seen in the initiatives. So it just serves me to thank the panelists for their time and their things today, and to thank you all for attending. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, everybody. شكرا جزيلا لكم جميعا على هذا.
Thank you for this panel discussion, which will be inspiring for us. I would like to thank for this wonderful and exciting ideas that we have from this panel discussion. Right now, Ammar bin Mush'al As-Sulami, the director of the director at the director at the Saudi Customs, talking about clearance within 2 hours. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, I am so honored to be with you today, talking about the initiative within clearance within 2 years that we worked through the logistics system. This is a 2-hour clearance is closely related to the strategy of the authority to enhance and to promote the user's experience, and it's closely linked to the Vision 2030 to position the kingdom as a global logistic hub. The World Bank measures countries logistically by using KPIs and benchmarking. The most important one, the Logistic Performance Index, under which we have some other sub-indicators, including the Documentation Index. We reduced the documents from 12 to 2 and submitted electronically, and reducing the cost of the transit of containers. And we work to support the exports and imports to reduce the cost. The most important component is clearance index. ZCA launched in 2021 the initiative of 2-hour clearance, and we have achieved this target in 2022. Historically, consignments coming to KSA took from 12 to 14 days. We worked on reduction the time of clearance to 24 hours based on the royal decree to have clearance within 24 hours, and we reduced the clearance time to 9 years in 2020, and the royal decree was issued in 2021 to support us to reach the goal, our goal, which is clearance within 2 hours. The risk driver is the most important factor for clearance. We worked with different stakeholders to develop more than 13 rules to enhance the driver of risk, security and customs aspects. We have the digital employee, the data of ZCA went through the human intervention, but we activated the report without any human intervention. We enhanced as well the digital platform, NEPRAS, to be in alignment with the different local partners. The most important component that we developed, we re-engineered the operational model. The procedures and the actions were taken at the borders with a lot of discrepancies. So some remarks that we have received from the customers, that the procedures are smooth, but in other borders and other outlets, there was some kind of delay. So we improved the operational model and re-engineered the model. We started to reclassify the importers and the exporters and the brokers, and we activated electronic services to submit the declaration through FASH, which helped us to automate customs data, and we also enhanced both editing, auditing. To do this post-editing process, we worked as well on the centralization of the procedures by building the customs center, which handle 4,000 declarations to reduce the time of clearance and the centralization of the customs procedures. We worked on supporting the customers by launching 10 comprehensive and inclusive services provided at outlets. We established 10 comprehensive halls, and our goal is to establish 8 comprehensive halls to better serve the customers, and a single window, and we enhanced the communication centers between the two entities. I would like to thank our partners from the government, which helped us to reduce the time to 2 hours. And I would like to thank IT for their unlimited support. And I would like to for streamline the procedures. Finally, I would like to give you these glad news. We started in 2021 in January with about 13 hours to end up with in 2022 about 2 hours for clearance. I would like to thank those who participated in achieving this initiative, especially the governor and other staff at different outlets and borders across the kingdom. Thank you, Engineer Ammar. Distinguished guests with international standards for reporting the impact will be measured. I'm gonna talk about the transformation to FIRS for reporting. This session is moderated by Talat Hafid, and the panelists are Dr. Hisham Barak, member at the Al Faisal University, Jihad Al Amri, the managing partner, and Dr. Walid Shabani, assistant professor of accounting at King Saud University, College of Business Administration. I would like to welcome you at the 10th session talking about the impact of IFRS on the financial data, namely calculating zakat. The session is in Arabic, but we'll have simultaneous translation. Some may wonder why we adopt the international standards. We are an effective member in a number of organizations, including G20, and what happened for the financial crisis in 2008 changed the mindset, and a lot of things including FIRS, and as a banker, former banker, the Saudi bank started to apply these global standards when they were just only guidelines, not mandatory principles. And the other reason today, as businesses, we are enlisted in international stocks, FTSE, Morgan Stanley, and the other. So it's hard for any foreign investment to read data not part of the international standards. I would like to extend special thanks to SOCBA, started back in 2012 to be in line with the international standards and make them fit the local context. I'm gonna focus on the impact of calculating the zakat base by using the international standards, and this is a very important impact, and the challenges as well. And if time is in our side, so what is the future for such standards? I would like to welcome Dr. Hisham Al-Barrak, faculty member and faculty staff, and I would like to thank Jad Al-Amri, the managing partner. I would like to welcome as well
بشركة إرنست أند يانغ المملكة العربية السعودية فهذا الضحية. أخيرا وليس آخرا أرحب
And finally, I
الدكتور وليد الشباني.
welcome Mr. Walid Al-Shibani, professor in business school and King Saud University. In the beginning, I would like to address Dr. Hisham.
ما هو الأثر؟
What is the impact of applying the IFRS standards or these international standards specifically on zakat? Maybe you can talk about a certain standard before and after its application. Praise be to Allah. I'd like to extend my thanks to ZATCA for organizing this conference in the second division. Before we talk about the impact, we must talk about the basics. The international standards aim, firstly, to introduce information to capital markets, serving the capital providers of investors and finances, not to serve the tax authorities. Secondly, the international standards, which is concepts and main components, similar to the Saudi standards. The difference is the international standards is more inclusive, covering more topics, and also the requirements of declaration are more. Of course, there are new methods of measurement, so we believe there's an impact on financial data. We'll talk about three main points about zakat. First, the international standards have inclusive topics. There are standards that are not similar in Saudi. They're in agriculture, real estate, and employee benefits. It has its financial impact, but its impact on the zakat, it conducted many studies published on the website of the ZATCA. The direct financial impact is obsolete of 6 of these standards. Of the 6 standards, agriculture. The second point, regarding the other inclusive income. But again, the profits and the losses of the amendment is the effect have the most impact. The second point is the applications of the fair price. This measurement model is not evident in the Saudi model, but its impact on zakat. And of course, this model, for example, might increase the fixed assets by 30%, but what's impact on zakat? The fixed asset is considered in zakat, but also need to include the source of finance. So any increase to apply the fair value concept, so therefore the conclusion on this model is equal to zero, be it through the re-evaluating or even from the profit and losses list. So these are most important points that is limited as far as the impact. The focus was on the fair value, and so what is the difference between the fair value and the in the past we focused on the historical value. Any change is of importance. Maybe His Excellency the Governor of Zatka, that when we change always comes hard. So what are the obstacles that faced you in this transformation? I'm not talking about accounting practices, but the companies themselves work in this data. What are the most prominent challenges? The authority started this initiative in 2012, and in 2016 the companies this matter became mandatory in regards to financial statements. First, we would like to congratulate Zatka for the success of the conference. Of course, it's very important in Zatka that we fulfill all these elements. Abu Nada, Zakah is calculated where the accounting principles and in calculating the net profit and the assets also determines Zakah using the international standards, and based this gives us quality of information that we see in the financial statements, stability. And then starts the Zakah list to amend by adder or contracting to reach the Zakah profit. So the international standards provided us with more information covering a broader scope of assets, liabilities, and revenues, and expenditures in a clear manner. I remember during the transformation that many of the companies the revenues were lowered during the transformation. Also, the equity also did incur some adjustments of decrease. Most important were the articles that changed and amended in calculating zakat after applying the international standards. The fixed assets, a building will appear as a building, but when we include the international standards, the companies should also take into consideration the electrical aspects, elevators, and detail the building, and to calculate the expenditure precisely and accurately for that specific article, and thus reflecting on calculating zakat. Decrease of profit and equity. Many theories came to explain this phenomenon, that during the transformation the companies tried to clean up their financial statements, if we may, or to be more compliant. The challenges, we are faced with many challenges. The most prominent learning. Now we adapted new concepts. Taxpayer need to understand these concepts. The regulator, of course, need to understand the authority also, and I believe the authority was understood that challenge fully and issued guidelines and engaging consultancy services to understand the articles and the updates to these standards. From your prolonged experience, what are the most prominent challenges that you were faced with your clients? There were hardship in dealing with some of these challenges. At the beginning, I would like to extend my thanks to the organizers of this conference, headed by Engineer Suhail Abanmi. Beautiful conference, something that we are truly honored to accomplish, and I thank them also for inviting me to this conference. I might be a bit theoretical, Mr. Talat. The international standards in general, if we the preparation of the international standards, what is taken into consideration is the ideal usage of the standards, the ideal application of these standards to prove and to present financial statements fairly of a certain establishment. The main goal that is taken into consideration in the provision of the international standards, the cost-benefit analysis. So it's a great burden on those who prepare the international standards and have to achieve a balance taken into consideration using the financial statement in a broader manner, and therefore the standards might not be, the financial standards might not be specified to certain topics, such as calculating zakat or even tax, the profits calculation. And the preparation of these standards, they always try to understand something bigger and broader to include bigger segments not specified to a certain industry, a certain sector, a certain country. An inclusive international standards, inclusive and broad, that covers or tend to the needs of most of these countries, and also to the different sectors, different industries. Therefore, there's a great burden upon them, and we in the kingdom, truly, when we trying to understand the standards to be finally approved and applied in the kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the Saudi Authority of Legal Accountants spent great effort, and we were honored to become to enter this system, working closely with the committees as we were reviewing the standards to be approved or adopted in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in a manner that is consistent with our environment, taking into consideration that we should not stray from the international standards. So during our discussion, the use of the financial statements, their beneficiaries, and it's also based on beneficiaries of Zakat and benefiting from the financial statements would help them with calculating Zakat, and that also was an important element of the cost-benefit analysis, because some elements, if added to the standards, might be of a high cost to the entities preparing the standards, and the benefit is limited, and the system did guarantee for Zatka and other entities. With the strength of that system, the system allowed them the right to request additional information to assist the preparers to calculate zakat and the tax profits, to help them with preparing the tax declarations, and also assist the authority in the revision and calculating zakat. So, again, to the standards, the transformation process was a process of great effort that we underwent here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and we worked relentlessly with the Saudi Association of Accountants. We tried to reach this equation with more fairness to all, and I believe from my experience of what I saw in the years of application in 2017 and 18, which ran major transformations, there wasn't a huge impact in the process of the integration of different zakat systems that impacted to a great extent on calculating tax and zakat. Oh, your experience as an accountant office. What is, without naming the company, the percentage of companies that are compliant with international standards in applying zakat? I think the system is clear on this matter. The understanding of the standards. We're entering the 5th year of application or adopting the standards. During the past years, I think the level of understanding is continuously growing, and I would say not less than 80% fully understand international standards. So, the standards were for 15 years, since the year 2008. In 2012, we adopted the standards. Why did we have to wait that long time? Then 17, it became mandatory. Were our system flexible to adopt the international standards? And why the transformation? Now, Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, praise to be Allah. I thank the authority for inviting me to this conference. The international standards, no doubt, added something beautiful to the kingdom, characterized by inclusiveness, and also the issue of updating the standards. Those two characteristics we lacked in our Saudi standards, but the Saudi standards at the time was of quality, and that's why we did not transfer quickly to the international standards, because we had standards of quality, and it was sufficient at the time until this new challenge came. The global market, entering the global markets, and so forth. To answer this question, the issue we are facing is the impact. I would like to point out that zakat differs from tax. Zakat has its own system that is mentioned in the Quran and Sunnah, with the understanding of Sharia scholars. So therefore, zakah needs 3 axes: calculating zakah, collecting zakah, and distributing zakah, and all by order of Quran and Sunnah.
تحول المعايير الدولية الآن هو ينصب في قضية
the transformation to international standards mainly focus on zakah.
يفترض
It is assumed that adopting the international standards should not change the amount of zakat, even 1 riyal, simply because these are laws outside the scope of the international standards. And the challenge that we are facing now is to transferring from the international standards to zakah and from international standards to zakah calculation. So the challenge that we are facing now is the issue of that the international standards provide us with new methods of calculation that has an impact on accounting principles. So this transformation and modification to zakah requires review. Yes, is there impact on international standards? Yes, in our ability to transform these accounting products to what we try to achieve with zakah.
طيب ارجع لك دكتور هشام.
دكتور هشام,
المعايير الدولية
international standards.
ما ذكر fair value واللي هي
The fair value was
مع انه انا عندي قيمة اسمها القيمة التفاوضية.
mentioned, but we still have the negotiation value.
معهم كورس مكثف وشركتين كبار كانوا يبغوا يشتروا بعض.
Two companies wanted to get into acquisition, and when they finished their due diligence, CEOs met, they negotiated and changed all that had been agreed on. The fair value versus the historical value. Second, the other comprehensive income, and how in stands 7 and 8, how can you handle investments? The profits and losses were included in the financial statements, but now it's transferred to the other comprehensive. The positive impact of the international standards is a true impact. The international standards aim at producing information or numbers that is recent and update. That's the major goal, with the most realistic prices, and the zakah, except for one component, is from the. So applying the international standards will increase the quality of the components of calculating zakat. This is returning to your question. The other comprehensive income, profits and losses, non-attained, profits and losses on paper. This is separate after approving the incurred profits and losses, and this portion is not included in zakah because it's a profit not earned. The profit, unless after making the calculations, is what enters into that zakah calculation. This includes the other comprehensive income and the study published on the website of the authority. The financial impact is limited as far as the fair value. Fair value might lead to a change in the prices of assets. What governs the fair value is a model, and it has requirements, either using the historical value or the fair value. It's a new method of accounting, and if you want to make a method to this measure, there are requirements and conditions and even adult requirements. If you want to focus on the fact that applying this model will change the value of assets or liability, what's the impact on zakah? If this standard is applied,
قطعا هناك إضافات في الوعاء ستضاف بنفس
Definitely there will be additions to zakah, the same amount.
سواء كانت جاية من حقوق
Be
الملكية
it
أو كانت
of
الإضافات
equity,
أحدثت تغيرات في
or these additions had an impact on profit and losses and cancels the negative value.
أستاذ جاد توجه لك مرة أخرى being a banker لازم أعطي شوية مساحة.
Being a banker,
البنوك طبعا زي ما قلت من أولى الشركات.
the banking is one of the sectors that started to apply
هم كانوا يتبعوا معيار
these methods.
39 الآن تحولوا إلى معيار 9.
Now standard 9
والآن طبعا
and
في حساب الديون يعني الديون
calculating debt 30, 60, 90 days.
حتى لو
And now we're talking about the probability of default.
لازم تعمل مخصصات.
You need.
هل تعتقد هذا من العدل حقيقة؟
Do you think that is fair?
المعيار قاسي بعض الشيء
Don't you think it's a harsh standard for the banking sector?
والله طبعا البنوك
Of course,
صناعة متخصصة.
the bank is a specialized industry.
أموالهم المالية نقد
Their financial statement is mostly monetary
أو معادلات النقد.
or equivalents of monetary elements.
خليني أسألك السؤال بشكل آخر. هل تعتقد بعض المعايير
Do you think that some of the standards are harsh on companies in general, in the kingdom or abroad? Or do you think it's fair calculation? Check out taxes in general.
يعني أنت في الأخير الهدف من المعيار
Objective of the standard is to
المركز
the best
المالي للجهة
ability to present the financial position of the company as is, meaning that the assets
ديون
of
تحصلها من الناس
debts need to be collected. What is its true value to reflect the value?
مسجل مليون وحتحصل مليون ولا في
You have a
probability
million
of
books
default.
and you're collecting a million, for example. Is there a probability of default? I don't want you to present that 1 million, but I want a true income that you will generate.
صحيح.
بس أنا حاب أطمنكم قبل ما أتوجه
I'd like to comfort you before I move on to Mr. Fat. Basel III, as was applied to the central bank, requires 10.5. We're close to 20%, so we surpassed Basel III.
تفضل في تعليق.
ايوه كنت بقول دكتور الحقيقه كذلك مؤسس البنك المركزي
The central bank
له متطلبات في احتساب المخصصات
requirements in calculating the allocations.
المعايير مع
The
متطلبات
standards with the requirements of the central bank, and we're faced with the economic crisis. We saw the solidarity of our systems. Our banks were not affected as other international banks, even during the pandemic. See the future of the companies applying these financial standards.
والله شوف أستاذ طلعت الوضع الحالي الآن اليوم
The current situation,
معدين القوائم المالية لازم
the
ينظرون
preparers
إلى
of
أمرين.
these financial statements, they need to
اتخاذ إجراءات داخلية
they need to undertake internal
يتأكدون في إنه جميع
procedures to ensure that all the contracts possessed by the company,
مشتريات أو مبيعات أو
sales
تنفيذية خاصة
or executive contracts, specifically those of long range,
يتأكدون من إنه هذه
to ensure that these contracts and its conditions are compatible with the main objectives they want to reach, because the international standards is more detailed.
فأحد الأشياء اللي يعني من خبرتنا نشوفها
One of the things that we see from one experience,
عقود الحقيقة وعقود ضخمة
we're
وتأثر
talking major contracts that might affect the financial position of a certain establishment, but the conditions of these contracts were not reviewed by individuals of experience from a perspective of accounting and a tax perspective, and the impact the application of these methods, and this indeed embarrasses the company, and
أي عقود رئيسية لابد أنها تراجع
board of directors must be reviewed technically from
الأمر الخارج اللي هي طبعا
competent individuals.
خارج عن إرادة الشركة اللي هي التحديثات
element,
الدائمة على المعايير.
the continuous update of the standards. This continuous update, it does impact these establishments that they need to apply the standards with the updates, and it might become as a surprise for the companies and affect
الحل الوحيد دائما
the outcome.
يحاول الشخص يكون مبادر، لأنه المعايير تصدر أو الاكسبوجر درافت تطلع بفترة كافية، فدائما لابد أن يتأكدوا أنهم على علم
ensure that they are well aware of the standards before they apply. Dr. Walid, I would conclude, are you optimistic with the future of international standards?
أقول اللي أنا أراه طبعا
What I see
المعايير
is
الدولية قدمت
the international standard
كبير
presented us with a challenge,
مشكلتنا الآن مثل ما ذكر الأستاذ
as stated by Mr. Friend,
التحديثات المستقبلية.
the future updates.
أنا أرى والأمر لصاحب القرار في الهيئة وفي المصلحة.
I see, and
لماذا لا
why
يكون لجنة
why don't we form a committee with the objective of
معرفة آثار
calculating or measuring the impact of each of these international standards on zakat,
يمسك معيار ويدرس من قبل المحاسبين
to
والشرعيين
study
والاقتصاديين وماليين.
these standards by specialists from accounting and sharia and finance to issue parallel standards to the international standards. What's the impact on zakah
التحول من المحاسبة إلى الزكاة وكيف يحسب.
and how it could be
لو وصلنا
calculated.
لهذا المستوى
If we reach that level,
يعني أصبحنا فعلا انتقلنا من
then we
ما قبل التنظيم إلى تنظيم زكوي
are entering into an era
مع
of
وجود إطار زكوي.
full
احنا نفتقد حقيقة إلى
understanding
إطار
of
زكوي
zakah.
يحكي لنا ما هي
We
الزكاة
are lacking
يعني بتفصيلها وما هي الأموال الخاضعة للزكاة
zakah in details and what are the
وكيف
assets
تقاس.
that are subject to zakah and how it can be measured. The practical solution, there are standards of quality of accounting if studied,
درس أثرها
and
بوضوح
its
على
impact was
المعايير
studied
الدولية
on the international
وأصدر
standards
معايير خاصة زكوية
and also issuing
تواكبها. فإذا تغير
zakah
هذا
standards
يغير
that is
هذا.
parallel
نصل
with the international
للهدف الأصلي اللي
standards
ذكرته سابقا
to reach the main objective,
وهو
which
الوصول
is
للرقم الصحيح
to reach
اللي
the
يرضاه الله
accurate
سبحانه
number
وتعالى حسابا للزكاة.
that is
فهذا
Allah accepts from us. So this is a suggestion, and I believe it's appropriate and applicable.
طيب كلمة ختامية دقيقة لكل متحدث. تفضل. دقيقة حرة.
This is the proposal set forward. It's an appropriate one, but Zatka studied a number of the standards and focusing on the impact in terms of zakat. There is a proposal which additional disclosure requirements for if the IFRS requires for such, if we have additional requirements for disclosure about the zakat, this can fill the gap between the differences and the differences between the national and the international standards, because in this case the additional requirements can enhance the process. This is the second proposal. This is the additional one for the zakat. So, Mr. Jihad, I second this proposal, and the Zatka has appointed a person in charge for such IFRS standards, and we have had good communication with the tax players, but the future will the things will get better in the future. As a matter of fact, my piece of advice to the businesses should be proactive to open discussions and debate with Zatka. They should be proactive, take a proactive rule. So if there is sensitive issues, So it's better to initiate such discussions by the corporate sector, and we highly welcome any discussion, any dialogue in terms of protection of the dispute, because this is the culture that we need to have and to share ideas and share knowledge. ZATCA confirms on this important function, but as you know, that's only one hand cannot clap, but we need joint actions from the corporate sector and business sector. I fully realize of the evidence and the efforts made by ZATCA, but this isn't enough. Because if this is the ambition, it would be sufficed to have only the national standards. Now we have the challenge. We are the only G20 member that they have zakat as mandatory. So we need to have standards especially tailored and designed for zakat. We have some inquiries. I give you some instance. The investment assets. This is this for the rental and development. Any assets for development or any asset to grow, to be sold one day. This is a fixed asset, and it's taxable in terms of zakat. My simple points, the guidelines are not sufficient, but it's a step on the right track. What I suggest right now, we have a challenge. Simple, but it needs work. We have the international standards that require disclosure, but we need in parallel national standards to be in the same effect. I would like to thank you for your time, valuable insights. The international standards right now, I think it's inevitable. So the world has witnessed a number of crises and depression, and from the global financial crisis in 2008 to the pandemic, we are part of the world. We hope that the corporate come to us, our open economy, global economy. Not only it's not GCC economy, but it's a global economy. The kingdom right now, it's a global player in the economies, and we should cope and keep up with the international standards, reporting standards in terms of zakat. It doesn't have any essential and significant impact. But the bigger challenge, how can we qualify and get prepared SMEs and our corporate sector and the human skills to be able to apply these standards? I would like to thank you. Thank you for having us and for organizing this conference.
شكرا جزيلا للأستاذ طلعت حافظ.
Thank my deep appreciation to Mr. Talat Hafiz, and we come to the final destination of this conference. And this panel discussions about the financial instruments and the treatment of zakats and the tax and the contribution to develop investment climate. This session is moderated by May bin Khattab. We invite Anas Al-Aglani, Vice Governor for Legal and Compliance Affairs, Mr. Khalid Al-Hamoud, Board Member of Capital Markets, and Mr. Mufarrah from Al-Bilad, and Tariq Sdeh. Please join us on the stage. Back. I would like to thank you for being with us. This is the final panel discussions. As it said, the last is best. We have speakers and the panelists today. Recently, we have witnessed the huge transformation in financial instruments and investment in instruments globally and regionally. These products, investment products, and the financial instruments can help investors to take informed decision, but they require new rules and regulations and new treatment in terms of zakat and tax. And it might be, it has a unique nature. So today we're going to talk about the zakat treatment and tax treatment, and how different they are right now. I would like to initiate this panel discussion with Mr. Anas. I would like to have your insights about the new rules applied in terms of tax treatment for investment tools and instruments and how they are different. Thank you, May. I would like good afternoon to distinguished guests. As a matter of fact, what has been accomplished and joint efforts between the tax and customs and the capital markets and the partnership of a private sector. These efforts have been completed by the efforts of different stakeholders. This has helped to flow the investment flow in the funds. In the past, we did have some challenges related to some sectors when you invest in an investment fund, so there was no clarity. But as I said, the efforts crowned today, we have very encouraging treatment and inconsistent with the international best practices. In a nutshell, it handled the investment fund as a investment vehicle. So this is the Zatka will deal with the investors in these funds to verify the information and data and to take a decision about the investment in these funds. This will generate a positive impact which will enhance the development of the financial sector, which will be reflected on the macroeconomic landscape. Talking about this point, Mr. Khalid, as for cooperation with the Saudi Capital Market Authority, CMA, what about the regulatory environment as it touches upon investment vehicles which are so sophisticated and advanced compared to decades ago? In the name of Allah, Mr. Merciful, Mr. Compassionate, I'm so privileged. I feel privileged and for being in this panel discussion. And I would like to thank Zatka for organizing this conference for the cooperation between the two entities. I will take steps back, talking about the importance of cooperation. We are talking about capital markets, which has a leading position on the world map. We have ranked 11 globally, and the market value for CMA, you are talking about 9 billion, and the assets managed about 490 billion Saudi riyal. We are talking about investors for about a big number, so it's a very huge market. The main focus of foreign investments, we joined global indices. We have foreign capital inflows. So talking about opening the market, we started to work with our counterparts in zakat and tax and customs in terms of the financial instruments and to enhance the landscape in general. But I would like to focus on this point. We know for sure the importance of CMA to provide funding for the national economy and the importance of tax and zakat as funding tools. If we look at the laws of these entities, we have a number of partners. So the regulator, when formulated these laws before coordination and synergy that we have right now, we established a committee of the two entities, and with high representation of the two entities in 2018, and we convened a number of meetings, and we established technical teams, and we engaged the stakeholders to have their insights about the challenges. We give them some solutions, consult them. Mr. Jadin Farah, Tariq Zdairi, they participated in such discussions and meetings. We have a committee at the level of CMA to represent the sector. We organized a number of workshops. In a nutshell, this is the mechanism of synergy and cooperation. As ZACTA, we are a partner holding a session with the stakeholders, listen to them, test the solutions, and to provide alternative solutions. And these efforts resulted in resolving a lot of issues and giving effective solutions in the future. We hope this endeavor will continue with the same spirit, with the same momentum to address different issues. Mr. Tariq, in the first panel discussions of today, we talked about tax incentives under Pillar 2, and there was some sort of an agreement. It's not enough to attract investment to focus on tax policies, because the investor looks into different factors. So what should be the priority when we put the tax policies? In the name of Allah, Mr. Merciful, Mr. Compassionate, I would like to thank you for this kind of invitation. No doubt that tax policies in any country or any jurisdiction has multiple goals, taxes are a stream of revenue and to drive the macroeconomic activity and a tool to achieve justice and create a positive competitive environment and a tool to stimulate and attract foreign investment and a tool to drive private investment and to encourage the private sector to avoid some practices such as the harmful practices to the environment. So we have multiple policies. They might have some sort of conflict. So the rule of the decision maker is to strike a balance. However, in some cases, there is some areas for improvement of the tax policies to be consistent and aligned with all goals. So we shouldn't give some some priority for some goals over the other. So such improvement come in two shapes. Improvement increase the clarity of the tax system, and no doubt this is positive for all goals, because any uncertainty can deter the foreign and the local investment. And I think the Zakat rules, the new ones launched recently for the investment fund, it's a paradigm shift and exciting example for this kind of improvement, because it looks at different categories of investment and the clarity regarding the rule of the fund manager and the fund investor. I think the second category of the improvement, which doesn't prioritize these goals, which is fill the gaps. When we have such cases, just to take steps is a positive step in tax system. I'm talking about the changes, the regulatory environment undergoes. The Saudi government has taken decision and we had a number of similar regulations, and this is shed the light on what you were talking about, to have some sort of harmonization among such tax regulations. The ultimate goal, Mr. Zaid, for any economy, namely if we look around the world, just to attract more foreign investment. And we talked about the tax policies might not be the solution. We need a magic wand. So from your point of view, the new tax environment and the climate in Saudi Arabia, how it will have a positive impact on investment environment. First of all, I would like to express my deep thanks and appreciation to His Excellency the Governor. And it's a wonderful platform for us to share ideas and inputs about customs and taxes, tax and customs. I'm gonna give you a historic background. The total of this sector didn't exceed 54 million Saudi Riyal, based on the latest figures, with the inclusion of different funds and portfolio, the number reached 400 million thousand. Compared to the GDP, it constitutes about 20% of GDP. This sector has become impactful and it will grow more in the future, but for any sector it depends on investment and attracting investment, local or foreign investment. We should have a clear regulatory framework. If we talk about the regulations which intersects with the investor, the investor should have a clear vision about the expected returns of his investment. So in the past it was some sort of uncertainty, but with the enforcement of the new rules, we have removed such uncertainty, and now the investor right now has this kind of predictability compared to the investment vehicles and products. Talking about zakat treatment and tax treatment, all these things have been accomplished in the new rules and regulations and have been upfront addressed. So the goals of the vision is to reach 44 of GDP. So with the full implementation of such rules, we can see positive impact on the markets. So in the past we had the launch of financial derivatives which help in investor to hedge and increase the liquidity, and they are used and circulated globally, but it has a number of challenges because it's complex. So I have a question to Mr. Anis and Mr. Khalid, talking about the nature of such financial derivatives. To what extent they need regulations in terms of zakat and tax, a unique one, and how can you keep up with the rapid growth of this kind of markets? Thank you, mate. It's a very important question. As a matter of fact, handling financial vehicles or any other services in the economy, Zatka works side by side with the regulators and entities, concerned entities, to make sure of effective and clear tax and zakat treatment and to fit the purpose in terms of tax and just to serve the general goal and the objective is to retain and to attract investment, local investments and foreign investment. Talking about the financial derivatives, we have an emerging market, so we work with our colleagues. We have a steering committee working in tandem in different meetings to make sure that any treatment, any zakat treatment or tax treatment can produce the required and desired goal and the impact to increase the investment inflows, taking into account the stage in which the financial capital markets undergoes. So these are the pillars that we take into account in putting in place in new regulations. We take the international best practice applied in this regard, and we learn a lot from other countries advanced in this regard. So we take these practices into consideration and we develop them, it's very important to take into account the rules and laws and the contracts organizing and regulating such transactions. As you said, they are very complex and unique ones, but in synergy and coordination, we try to be proactive and to put some treatments, as I said, can fit the general purpose, which is to increase and promote the investment and to retain such investment and to prevent the migration of such or the outflows of such investment to other jurisdictions. So we increase, we seek to increase the investments. This as well increase the tax revenues in direct and indirect manner, and generally speaking, the context of the economy and the financial development program and other framework takes into account as part of the Vision 2030. Mr. Khalid, how do you see the derivatives in terms of the regulations and the organization and the structure of this market? Thank you for this question. Mr. Anas addressed this question from zakat and tax, but I'm gonna delve into this question, creation of this market and the products and such derivatives. We have a philosophy at CMA that it's wrong to have regulations for non-existent markets. This is a waste of time and efforts. So, but to be put on the shelf. So, when there is a desire from the investment community and the stakeholders to produce some products, we start to have this kind of graduation of meeting the requirements in terms of regulatory to help such products to thrive, flourish, and grow. So we try to create this balance between the creation of the markets and handling the expectation of the investors. We experience as such in Mo and the contracts of the derivatives and the indices. And so I think it's very important to take into account two sides. The regulations, to have the regulations in full-fledged, so there is a kind of the implementation, the step implementation or gradual implementation of such regulations to meet the requirements and the aspirations of the investors. So today we are working on other things related to the derivatives, and hopefully such future regulations will meet the aspirations of this kind of products. So Mr. Zaid talked about the rapid growth in the financial system, and Mr. Zaid approached the asset management. So what about the macroeconomic system related to the stocks, shares, and how attractive they are, and how this system has changed and increased its attractiveness? No doubt, there is a rapid investment to attract foreign capital, and the figures speak about themselves in a very positive story. We have inflows of foreign direct investment to the Saudi market and direct investment in the national economy in general. We expect that this is a positive trend, and this reflects the huge improvement in regulations which created an excellent and advanced environment. If we look into the future and what are the opportunities to increase increase and to promote foreign investments, I think there are opportunities, especially regarding tax policies. And I think what has been applied in zakat rules and laws, it's a positive development regarding the local investment, and there is a huge opportunity to have a similar model for the foreign investment. On one side, to increase the clarity of fund manager and foreign investor, and to address challenges which constitute obstacles before the foreign investment. To give you an example for this, if we look into the foreign invest in Saudi stock, Saudi equity, so through a local fund. So withholding tax is applied, which is 5%. But if this through a fund outside the kingdom and outside the scope of CMA, the withholding tax is applied. This is create incentives for the investment to invest in funds run and managed outside the kingdom. This is to create an incentive environment for foreign investments. So I think reviewing such and revisiting such rules and regulations to have this sort of alignment of tax policies, I think this can help us to promote and encourage and attract more foreign investment. Talking about the confidence in the Saudi market, we follow what's happened in the region, especially post-pandemic. So last year we witnessed the biggest IPOs in Saudi market, capital market around the world reflects the confidence in the national economy and the regulatory environment. The biggest IPOs and the companies collected capital in the Saudi capital market, even the investment bankers which laid off staff around the world, but they increase their staff because they expect this momentum will be building up, will continue to be built up. Mr. Zaid, talking about environment, positive environment in terms of regulations, in terms of the economic stability, and in terms of a lot of other external factors. To what extent that the regulations that we have witnessed in the past increase the efficiency of the Saudi capital market? No doubt that I would like to talk about how sensitive capital market to any regulations or any laws. So we have witnessed in 2022
some of tax amendments related to the real estate funds, and this impact to a great extent the increase of assets in the real estate investment funds increased in 2022 to 16%. So the capital markets in general is sensitive to any amendments or any changes. The amendments and the recent changes that was recently approved, I believe that it will be positive on the sector of the real estate investment funds. Liquidity will be made available by the Saudi companies, And this liquidity will be directed to these funds, as this liquidity will be managed by qualified entities that have inclusive work teams competing amongst each other to improve the competency of processing practices and also competency of operation. So I believe that you're talking about the efficiency of capital market that will improve the market due to the liquidity pumped into these funds. So what happens in the kitchen, if you may? If I can use this analogy, I would like to ask Mr. Khalid, what are there any projects related to new regulations, to new improvements? The effort continues at the committee in cooperation with ZATCA. The impact on the financial instruments. We accomplished much. Some of these topics, how to collect zakah from the funds. I spoke also about tax exemptions from VAT and also the transfer of assets to the real estate funds between the trustees that are subject to that. Many efforts in this regard as we continue to cooperate with our colleagues in ZATCA. We still have outstanding issues. One of these files, and this is the foreign investments in such funds, and hopefully what Abu Abdulaziz said indeed will encourage foreign investment, and is one of the main pillars when there's any modification of any tax policies, and I believe that we'll reach a solution that will be of satisfaction to all, attracting foreign investments and building our nation, and hoping to accomplish these aspects soon. The funds are one of the funding mechanisms that is regulated by the Capital Market Authority. We're also trying to find a manner in which we can process zakah, and our colleagues in ZATCA will help assist these funds. Also a number of other efforts, for example, how can we create incentives specifically in venture capital and matters related to incentives and how to process them in accordance with the tax policies, and we are optimistic that we'll continue these efforts and reaching positive outcomes. This is regarding zakah, and as far as the regulations and improvement of the market, I don't think that time will allow me to speak about all these matters. Mr. Anas, as Mr. Khalid said, we will discuss many topics, and Mr. Tariq, many projects. The capital market is new, and the financial instruments continue to be diversified and increase in the market. And as Mr. Khalid said, timing is of importance, and to achieve balance between developing these products and to set some regulations. We are well aware of these facts at ZATCA and the importance of timing in this regard, and maybe there are some priorities in the next period, and I agree with what has been said by my colleague Tariq, and the foreign investors inclusion in the local funds might be a priority in the next period. We are keen to that the processing, tax processing that will be agreed on And I think my colleague had benefited from this session. We are keen that the tax processing, as stated, will be an encouraging element to attract investments in the capital market in general. This is one of the objectives of development of the financial sectors, one of the objectives of the vision, and all the tax processes in this regard will be compatible with the best international practices, but also taking into consideration the local content. In this regard, Mr. Khalid also talked about some of the files that we currently work on, and maybe in that latter period we'll be able to understand what are the zakat or tax incentives that could be, should be used and developed to better serve such products or the financial instruments, such as the enlistment in the capital market. And we also look into major economical benefits in this regard. Main basic objectives to protect competitiveness when we draft the tax policies, but encouraging attracting investments and to direct it to institutional efforts, and also increasing the investment revenues and the clarity of the tax processing systems are main pillars for any tax policy that is developed in this regard. Mr. Tariq, I'd like to ask you if usually the investor always like to make a comparison, specifically in tax policies. They always compare. So do you find today that is accurate or is sound to compare the tax regulations amongst countries, even though it could be of the developing countries? Economies differ, capital markets also differ, so we cannot always make a comparison when it comes to tax policies. No doubt, comparing tax policies is one of the elements that the investor study. It's only natural that the investor, when he's making this comparison, he's looking into opportunities, taking into consideration many elements: the economic situation, the political stability of the state, the stability of the currency, and opportunities of growth, investment, all the sector that they will be investing in, and future hypotheses, taking into consideration many elements, including the tax policy. The decision of investment is similar to purchasing a product. If an individual wants to buy a car, that individual might take into consideration many elements: the quality, the model, sustainability, the ability to resell, at what price, the gas consumption, and so all of these elements are complementary. But normally the investor they try to draw a comparison. They look into countries that is considered developed, with developed systems, compared on one hand, while the other investor try to invest in countries that is less developed, and this attractiveness as they study it from different angles. As with the example of the buyer of the car, Sudan differs from SUV, and of course there are common factors, but there are factors that the investor that is keenly to understand, can try to understand.
يعني لأنك تراقب عن كثب
because you're monitoring the environment of investment globally. What can you say about
قد يكون العوامل الزكوية أو
the
هي ليس المحدد الوحيد.
The zakah of tax factors is one of the determining factors looked into by the investor. I would like to talk about the experience of the foreign investors in the kingdom and some of the challenges they face in the kingdom. The kingdom is keen to become a global investment destination, and to ensure this is always continuous development in the investment environment in the kingdom, and putting forward the appropriate legislations to attract capital, investment, be it local or, of course, the legislation revolution and the movement that we see in the kingdom itself might be a challenge for the foreign investments to keep up with the changes in the kingdom today. Kingdom of today differs from the kingdom of yesterday, and development, continuous improvement, listening to the foreign investments, their requirements, the process continues, and we're seeing these efforts by all entities, and we thank him for initiatives. So I believe this will be a challenge to keep up, for the foreign investment to keep up with the developments and changes and modifications we make into our systems. Another fact, setting up or designing legislation that is more detailed, specifically when it comes to declaration and transparency in the listed companies, and to improve the investor relations departments in the companies, encouraging the new established companies, and to encourage the listed companies to hold continuous and periodic meetings, specifically after announcing their financial statements. This will also make our market more attractive to foreign investments. I will conclude this session with a question to Mr. Anas and Mr. Khaled. What is the message that you want to convey to the foreign investor? Thank you. Because our message today to the investor in general and to the foreign investor, that the Capital Market Authority, working with many partners and the ecosystem in the kingdom, is trying to achieve a number of objectives, enable investment in the Saudi market, to provide many products in the Saudi market to be made available to the foreign investment, the clarity of the legislations, and some of the most important are the zakah and tax transactions. It's clarity for the investor, and also it's clarity to the financial institutions, the service providers, also is important to us. Another aspect is, before I conclude, to say that we're working with a partner. We are confident that the next period we will achieve more to better serve the sector. And as other representatives of the sectors are here with me in this session, and our hope that will be an ideal utilization of the tax policy. We want to develop the investment funds. Many of the countries were using the tax policies to provide the incentives, and tax became an integral part of the tax policies. My hope is you see an optimal use of taxes, what will incentivize investments in the kingdom to achieve the objectives of the Vision 2030. To see our market as an advanced and progress market that can compete with international market. Mr. Anas, what is your message to the investor?
من أهم الرسائل اللي نحتاج نوصلها اليوم إنه نقول إحنا لدينا سوق مالية
We do have an attractive capital market, many great investment opportunities in the kingdom. We at ZATCA remain committed to apply, develop our legislations to add credibility and to the trust of the local and foreign investors. In the past, we developed many of the legislations. We published different guidelines in different languages with the goal of informing the foreign investors and making them aware of their tax obligations during while they're conducting business in the kingdom. Should any challenge arise in any different sector, we're also ready and all ears to listen to the investors to ensure that the tax legislations will be attractive, clear, transparent, because those are points of importance to the foreign investor as well as the local investor. All those points will be covered and will continue to develop in the next period. This is our message to the investor. We accomplished much, but we will not stop at this point. We more advanced products, continuously renewed market, and we're hoping that with our joint efforts in the global markets to reach the fair tax processes that will protect principles of competitiveness in the private sector while attracting the foreign investors. Thank you for being with us, and without you, this session would not have this added value. And I thank the audience for being with us. Thank Ms. May Al-Khadra and her guests. In this last session of ZATCA Tax and Customs Conference, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished audience, in the past 2 days, we heard many trials and enriched discussions that put us in new paths towards an inclusive digital system for a sustainable and safe economy. Major events were spent to ensure the success of this conference with all its activities. We thank all the audience for their interaction locally, regionally, internationally. More than 75% of the participants were on a regional and international level, and more than 600,000 views through the platforms of ZATCA Tax and Customs. Fatma, almost 40 specialized workshops accompanied this conference with the goal of increasing the awareness about tax, customs, and ZATCA. More than 12,000 visitors joined us in this conference, and also the accompanying exhibition activities. As we come to the conclusion of ZATCA Tax and Customs Conference 2023, now if you may join us to lunch and enjoy the remaining of your day. Thank you.